All right. Good morning, and we're back from recess. Ed, could you do the roll call, please?
Yes, Mr. Webb. Ms. Flanagan.
Yes, present.
Mr. Mokel.
Here.
Mr. Hughes.
Here.
Wyatt.
Present.
Mr. Cantz.
Here.
Piper.
Here.
Mr. Freeman.
All right. Today we're going to start with the commissioners. They have some cuts for us. Un momento. You're gonna be on camera all day.
That's all right. The way my son can see me finally.
Right. Sorry, we're doing some rearranging since we have some additional space today. It's okay. Oh, there you go. All right. So commissioner's budget, page 28. Morning.
Hi.
Hi. What
I
kind
don't
of
know
fun?
if you guys want to start with just the other accounts and skip the like employees for now, or
Yeah, we're just gonna skip employee. Yeah,
okay.
we're gonna have to tackle those separately.
Okay, so for part-time, they were really only wanting to raise the pay of one employee, so that would be 156 instead of the 162.8.
156, just flat.
Yes.
Page 28.
198.
198.
Gavin, he was commenting on how there was no like clicking noises in calculators. We've got calculator noises today.
Ready?
Yep.
Okay, so the pre-employment, we can take that to the 1,500 like last year.
What number is this? Oh, okay, I see
Yep,
it.
pre-employment reimbursement.
Yep, back to the 15.
Yep. The health insurance and stuff, we don't really know that yet, so I don't know. We'll skip over that.
Yeah.
I think for the unemployment, we can take that to the 20,000. Office supplies back to the 10,450. For the
Just a second. 1,450. Right, everyone keeping up? Okay.
So for the operating supplies, that should be the restroom, the cleaning, and then like the operating supplies together. Last year, I didn't get the total of 48, so I was thinking that the 45 would be sufficient.
Okay.
What's the balance on, or Keita, are you able to give us some of these balances on some of these maybe?
Some of these are
Oh,
ones
wait.
that have been combined as well, so it's
Okay,
kind of weird.
Hard to pull,
Yeah.
yeah.
okay, so what do you want to do there?
45. Yes. So for the operating fuel, we can take that back to 6,000. The 240 for other supplies, that's technically grave flags, so I think that we could take that to 2,000. So for the contractual services, the YOC will be the same as last year. So I think the grand total for that can be $849,902.
849,902.
Yes. Because that's the Justice Center agreements, the county ability agreements, YOC, and contractual services combined.
We have 924 for last year. Or was that something that's been kind of changed?
Well, they've all been combined. All those accounts have been combined.
Okay. So 849.
849,902.
And you're pretty confident on that because it's a pretty big drop from your request.
Yeah, the YOC, I put the 10% and that's not gonna change, so that was a pretty big amount.
Okay.
It's hard to say with the, like, actual contractual services, cause that's our attorney, and so that's hit and miss. Can't really say.
That's your attorney. So you guys pay attorney flat
So it's like,
plus contractual?
are you talking about, like, up in the employees? So he
Yeah.
gets like a salary and then, like, per hour. There's some other stuff that comes out of contractual services as well. They are lobbyists and other stuff.
Okay,
For the Meridian services, that's something that the DLGF,
requires.
And we reduced that one already.
yeah, so I think she said yesterday it was 723,494, so I think that's what it would be.
723.
494.
For postage, I guess that's really, we could keep it at what it is for this current year, or,
The the postage did go up, so
I don't know if you guys wanna, we could take it to
Used all of
150.
it last year, right?
Yeah, I've used basically almost all of it for this year.
You want to move it, you said?
I don't think.
no. But,
Just keep it.
yeah.
So for the transportation, I think we can take that back to 1,000.
What's that for?
I think it's for gas and stuff if we go to like conferences and things like that.
Okay.
The communications, that's where like all of the phones were, but that's just gonna be the cell phones now. I think we could take that to 4,000.
Communication, 324.
Yes. Because it's only the cell phones now. It used to have all the other phones in it too.
The legal, we can take that back to 6,000. The bonds, we can take that back to 3,000.
All right, hold on one second. I goofed up here.
Type in the wrong cell.
Legal was 6,000.
Yeah.
Sorry, what was the next one?
The bonds,
Bonds. Official bonds, what is that? Is that a payment of some sort?
so like the elected officials, they get bonds and we pay for them. The liability insurance, that's a hard one to say. I put the 10% on that, but we really don't know those figures until like March. So I would think the 10% would be,
Has it gone up year over year typically?
Yeah.
But hasn't.
Is that just a one-time payment, just March only?
so it's like in 4 payments throughout the year,
And March is your first payment?
technically, yeah.
So you've only made this, as of June 30, there's only one payment made basically.
No,
There's only, as of the end of the month, we only had 28% left.
Oh, sorry, that's right. I wanted to change it.
I did.
I did change it for some reason. Okay, you made, yeah.
Who's our agent?
travelers, we got their travelers.
We go through Travelers. whoever,
They've shopped around for it, and I think due to like the jail and stuff, not a lot of places want.
right,
to
they do shop it.
I feel like we leave that one.
We back up to 141, please. Maybe you mentioned something, I didn't write it down,
141,
141?
on this page.
the building maintenance
Yeah.
person. We're not dealing with that. We weren't touching,
Oh, I'm sorry.
we weren't touching that.
Doing materials,
Okay.
or cost and labor.
So after liability,
So that's the work comp insurance.
Okay.
I mean, that's kind of hit and miss too.
sure.
All the utilities, that was just what we tried to average out. I don't really.
Pulling them out. But this phone is the hardwired phones, right?
Correct.
Exclusively?
Good question. I don't know. I can find out though.
To all the buildings,
Yeah.
right? And I agree it's high, but, right.
So down here where, like the 550, that used to be like where there was like for mowing. I don't know why it's called that now, but I think that could be back to the 500.
Where you at?
360. For 363, I think we can take that back to 2,000. I forgot 361. We could take that back to the 13.5. That would be okay.
Shows that nothing has been spent out of 360 and 361 as of the end of June.
Okay.
Ida, can you tell us if anything's been spent out of it yet?
Spreading out. Gavin's confused why you,
Got deeper.
I think the 360 is one that got combined too, but I don't have what was in.
Something. You what? You forgot something.
Oh. So was Mm-hmm.
I know for like 360, a lot of times for like the mowing, it's like if we own a property and it's like no one lives there or whatever, it's just one of the things like in town, and if I get like a notice that it needs mowed, that's what comes out of that account. That's not for like mowing like here
Yeah.
or at the jail.
And then what about the vehicle maintenance?
You took that one to 2,000.
2,000.
I'm sorry, the equipment machinery, I meant, sorry.
That went to 13.5.
Right, but you
Oh,
saying we haven't spent.
What's spent there?
Because every department probably has its own repair costs for
Mm-hmm, yeah.
their own stuff. So is this for just like specific?
I would say probably like the maintenance stuff or like weights and measures if any of their equipment messes up. And I think that was for weights and measures, so.
They go down to 10,000.
Take it down to 10?
Yeah, I mean, we can try.
361.
So for the maintenance for here in the jail, I mean, I don't know. Wait,
I'd agree with Matt, let's leave
Yeah.
him for now.
yeah. So the lease rental, that's that, so that's for the copiers and stuff. I sent Matt, I think, like, all of the ones that we maintenance. I would think that we could probably keep that at 50. Unless for some reason,
I think it's fine where it is for now. I mean, you spent 55 as of June, so that's
On track.
on track, so.
okay. So for, let's see,
We went over 390 as combined soil and water, returning fugitive, examination of records, SBOA.
yeah, so for last year,
Some of that was pulled out.
yeah, I know like the returning fugitives, we used quite a bit of that. The store, or the soil and water was 25. So I mean, we can try and take those back to last year. I think that would be,
This is 390.
yeah. So that's seals, soil and water, returning fugitives, and examination of records. So the seals was 450 last year, soil and water was 25,000. Returning fugitives was 5,250, and the examination of records was 58. So I think my math is
5,800.
right, we could take it to 58,700.
700.
Yeah. And then for the last two, 391, and we could take that back to the 10,000 last year, and then conferences and training, we can do the 5,000.
Thank you. Anybody else got any questions?
Yeah, I do. With the 25,000 that the treasurer is gonna use for the attorney fee for the tax sale.
Yeah.
You show that here coming out of your budget?
Yeah, I didn't make a change to that, so we could decrease that.
Which line?
That would come out of the contractual services, which is 311.
Thank you. That would reduce that number lower than what you gave us?
Actually, yeah.
The 25 from the 849,902. 824,902.
Or somebody would have asked that.
Yeah.
That's the first.
Brian.
Huh?
Brian.
Oh.
I guess, since we're on commissioners, and Mr. Hughes had talked about the elected officials and the 4% increase in our max levy,
Mm-hmm.
very top line.
Yep.
I would reduce that to whatever 4% equals as a starting point.
Yeah, I had that written down. Actual number somewhere, so let's see. One, six, three. They were getting 33,582 and 24. Would make it 34,925 times 3. 104,775. Actually, so all the commissioners are kind of combined, just like we are in our budget. It says Board of Commissioners. You could take that 107,46 divided by 3 to get the 2024 salary. And then, Bill had mentioned what that number looks like at a 4%. So that's the number I'm putting in our level column,
Which is what?
which came out to 104,776. I've been bolding the elected officials in that column.
I guess.
I'll just be sending you back to
Anyway.
What is the average? Commissioner. And the average, the midpoint is 41. 41,016. I mean 8, sorry. 3 equals. Would make it 123. 048. Three, 4, 8. All right. Do we have anything else for the commissioners? Okay. Well, thank you. We appreciate
Thank you
all
very
the cuts.
Commissioner, please.
What was that?
Over to thank the commissioner,
Oh.
please.
All right, so yesterday, data, communication center, bring the auditor at last, we did treasurer, recorder, got through sheriff. We're on page 11 for the surveyor. I don't believe will be here today, so. I mean, all of his adjustments were in salary line, so. Do we have any issues with that? Okay. Next up is, yes?
You want to do the perpetuation also, or does it matter?
I don't know that it matters. I mean, we can take a look at it. What page is this perpetuation
There's
on?
nothing there either.
Yeah, so we're good on him.
Yeah.
Okay, so next up is Purdue Extension. Justin's here. I mean, your changes are salaries and your contractual services, so you really don't have
discretionary is flat.
Anyone have any additional questions for Justin while he's up here?
Thank you.
Happy Friday.
Thank you. You too.
Thanks. All right, Coroner.
Operating supplies went up a lot. I know we discussed it, but please remind me.
Yes, Gavin Green, Delaware County Coroner.
Apologies, I'm gonna give each one of you guys what I did with the new budget template we had, and things got combined, rearranged. What I did is I combined the old numbers as like subsections into the new numbers, so you can see,
Write down.
you can write down where it used to be and what it's. And so like with operating supplies, let's say that operating supplies turns into evidence bags and containers, stuff like that. So what I did is,
As you can see, there's a breakout of exactly how it all breaks down and what each one of my line items is, so I don't have to just shoot from the hip and guess and everything. So all my totals, I took my everything that I had and those subtotal with the actual line item that I am requesting.
Yeah, the vehicle lights.
Yes.
Remember? Pardon me.
The biggest, because we're trending lower on autopsies right now, and I say we're trending, we reduced that, but then we added those vehicle lights as a one-time expense. And so we'll never have to come back to get gas, any vehicle maintenance or anything like that. And then we also put in there, when it comes to, communications, we actually put in there, we have around $4,800 in new additional expenses, and those are broken out there. We have mobile CAD on our phones, which are $475 a year. Then we have a $500 one maintenance fee just for the whole entire thing. That equals $2,874 after some taxes. And then we have email licenses. So IT, we started. I don't want to say we're their beta testers, but we're not on the server, we're in the cloud. And so we have licenses that we have to purchase. Because we have to purchase licenses, which is a good thing, we know exactly what we're paying for. We never have to do any software. That's why I came over and talked to Emily about, she has to do a software upgrade. With the license that I have on a monthly basis, I have no software upgrades. I always have the most up-to-date software. So if I ever get a laptop, or when we purchase a laptop, I don't have to purchase any additional software. It'll always be up to date. And I do know that we did not put it in the budget this year, but they did mention to us in the next year or so, we're gonna need to replace the 3 laptops that are in our office because they're at the end of their life cycle, which is 3 years to 4 years. So, and then we did have telephones. I put in there that we have hotspots.
You pay for those?
What?
You pay for those separately?
We're going to, yes. We haven't,
In what line?
I believe I put in there,
You gotta make this font bigger for some other people. 324, right?
You're still under 324 communications with the phones, CAD, license.
yes.
Yeah, it doesn't say hotspot on here,
Sorry.
but
Yeah, but that's where I'm gonna put it in there.
okay.
Anybody else pay for their own hotspots? Emily,
I'm sorry, what?
you pay for your own hotspot? Do you have hotspots?
My 5 cards for juvenile court, and yes,
Pay for those yourself? You pay for those yourself? Anybody else?
Like,
EMS has
Kyle. There it is.
well, I would believe,
Like, you literally get the bill and pay yourself, right? The invoice will come to you? Okay, thank you.
It's still early.
Just get
All of
everybody,
our
just making
brains
sure you're
are
all
kind of
with me.
fried. It's
A long
fine.
EMA probably has it too. He's not even here. Okay, sorry.
Heidi waved. She's here.
Where- Oh, I didn't see her back there.
Yeah, I was like, Heidi's here.
She just said, sorry.
I said hello to her this morning.
Another thing that, is discussed a lot is body bags. So I broke out in the, notes right there, how many body bags those are. And what we started doing last year is we started distributing the body bags. Because our coroner's office does not transport, we rely heavily on all of our, ambulance services. So from all the small towns to Delaware County EMS to Muncie Fire, we provide them as many body bags as they want. And so what we do is we take the ratio of number of calls we have for each one of those agencies and we give them. So we have pictures that we distributed, approximately, 120 bags last year, basically as a thank you of a memorandum of understanding that, hey, thanks for transporting and we'll give you body bags. Is it like breaking someone's budget that I give them some body bags? No, but I think it's just one less thing that if Delaware County EMS has to buy, we provide for them. In retrospect, like I talked about last week at council, Blackford County is getting charged $500 a run to transport a body anywhere. So that's why they really rely on funeral homes to have a funeral home to come get the body. I know Madison County is also contracted out because they're local EMS. But again, it's fantastic with the partnerships we have, and Delaware County's been great, Muncie Fire's been great, and all the other small towns, because you scratch our back, we scratch your, you're already there, you're already working on the patient. It's fantastic.
We can't afford to run a truck for 21,000.
No. So this is a very small and this is a very smart line item.
Although I am looking for that washing machine.
I'll get right on that. Send it down to central cleaning.
Ms. Ron.
Yeah.
Do you have any other questions for the coroner?
An increase in part-time.
Yes, so we increased in part-time because we're gonna raise the per case, fee that we're giving our part-time people. So all of our part-time people are not hourly, they're on a per case basis. And so a non-coroner's case and a coroner's case, and I've broken down in that sheet and how that's defined. It was $25 and $100. We're gonna raise that to $50 and $125. We increased both of those by, $25 each. And we're still, if you look at our year-to-date, we're still under budget on the part-time expense right now. And why that is because we, unfortunately just lost one, part-time person, which it doesn't sound like it's that big of a deal, but that one person was covering all weekends. And so now what we're having to do between we're not gonna talk, we could talk about it, but because we increased my chief deputy's salary and then Rhiannon's salary, lead investigator, we're having to not only on our normal on-call schedule, the three of us are having to cover over the weekends until we backfill and try to find that position. And it's not just a position you can find. Those people have to be trained. We have to send them to school, and that school's only 2 times a year. And so they'll have to shadow one of us for probably a month to kind of get like seasoned.
And that's where your training fee went up also.
Yep.
Did you say that earlier?
Mm-hmm. And I do know, and one of the things, like the vehicle lights, I talked to Matt one day. I was out and I pulled up next to my vehicle and he kind of asked, what do you got going on in here? And it was my own personal vehicle that I had made my own makeshift mobile office with the computer that we have to try to, and it was my cute little RAV4 pulling up at a crime scene. So yeah, we're trying to make the best that we can do.
All right, any more for the coroner? Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Problem.
Council, Judge Maywar is here. He wanted to just address the council since the judges couldn't be here when I did my is that okay to have him come up? Okay.
Sure.
Good morning, council. Doug Mayward, Circuit Court 3 Judge. Just very briefly, I want to address a couple things that popped up yesterday. I was able to watch some of the hearings from my office. Councilman Webb indicated that he'd never heard about judges being attacked while on the bench. But I can assure you it happens. In fact, I want to talk to you about 4 specific instances, not necessarily in Indiana, but that have happened of judges actually being attacked on the bench. The first I'd like to talk about actually goes back to 1927. Judge Tillman Davis in Utah. He's a U.S. District Court judge, so he's a federal judge. He was shot 3 times while mounting the bench in Salt Lake City. The assailant was an Eliza Simmons, who was angry at the judge for ruling against her. It's a female that shot him in a case that was decided 3 years prior, 1924, that involved the death of her husband in a mining accident. So it happens. Then go to 1987, Judge W.L. Bailey in Florida. This judge was presiding over an alimony property settlement hearing between Clyde Melvin and his ex-wife, Annex Eleanor Huckba. That's when Mr. Melvin pulled out a gun and shot the judge and killed him. We go to 2005. Judge Roland Barnes in Georgia, Atlanta, Georgia. Criminal defendant Brian Nichols was being escorted into the courthouse for his trial of rape, savagely assaulted the deputy, took their gun, walked into the courtroom, shot and killed Judge Roland and his court reporter. Then we come to September 2021, North Carolina, Judge Burnett. In September of 2021, Christopher Vaughn was on trial for misdemeanor false imprisonment, simple misdemeanor. Mr. Vaughn became enraged during his bench trial after he and Judge Burnett got into a verbal confrontation about his right to have an attorney whom he had fired, but now didn't want to go forward with the trial because he wanted to have an attorney. He attempted to attack the judge on the bench. He was restrained by the court bailiff. However, he took the court bailiff's gun and just discharged the weapon 3 times at the judge. Did not strike her. So this drives home the point, while it doesn't happen a lot, it does happen. And to ask for the juvenile court judge to have a secure bench, a fortified bench like every other judge in this county does, is not an unreasonable ask. I've been practicing law here for almost 30 years. And the only time I have heard or I'm aware of a court security officer having to go hands-on in a courtroom has been in the juvenile court. 4 times in the last 10 years that I'm aware of. The only time. The juvenile court deals with very emotional, highly charged issues. Crimes of children and the taking of children from parents. Everything is on a level 10 out there. So when we ask as a court system to have that bench secured, to have security cameras, to have a safe environment, it's not an unreasonable ask. So I just hope that you take these things into consideration when you're reviewing the budget that the courts ask for, specifically with the juvenile court's security. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
Judge, thanks for coming. I would comment in my own years of practice, Judge Stoller over in Winchester was attacked on the bench. This would be about the mid-1970s. The gentleman that did that was involuntarily committed, but he later had a hearing in Judge Peroni's court that I was involved with, and we were very fearful because if he attacked Judge Peroni, who was blind, we don't know what would have happened, so we had deputies standing by. Eric Hoffman and I were recalling that Judge Caldemar used to keep a gun on the bench, and that's not recommended practice, but certainly with the type of cases, major cases that he heard, I wouldn't blame him for having done that. So I appreciate your bringing that to the council's attention, and I wholeheartedly support the recommendation to secure that bench.
Thank you, council.
Oh.
This was probation. So this was this year, or 24 numbers, but, actual like balance here. This year. Or I said it reduces, my balance reduced 20,000. If you wanna know how I can do, or how I do math.
Judge, how long are you going to be able to stick around?
I have a 12 o'clock Zoom meeting.
Okay. We're almost to the court, so we'll, okay. We're on to county assessor.
Did you get an email from him about longevity? Did you guys see that?
Yeah.
It was, but yeah, I did read it last time.
He had not figured that in.
There's no line item for longevity under county general fund.
Was it supposed to be built into their salary?
In the council's budget.
These are the, if I may,
Yeah, I was getting ready to call on you.
Matt forwarded me the email, and it clearly says this is the 62.2%, that's grandfathered in, that's added to their personal salary that goes with them wherever they go in the county, whichever position they move to, this amount of money moves with them. So, this would need, they're saying that they did not build that in to their budget line in the budget book. And,
For the 24 budget?
no, I believe, I took it as 2025.
Okay.
Like, that's how I read it. Now, you can ask him to make sure, but that's how I understand it. He did have a change in chief deputies, so therefore, it might have been something that they just didn't realize to do. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
When they're preparing their budget.
So do we know which lines those are?
Well, he's got the numbers.
Don't have
The 102, 101,
two.
add 256. And 107, 101, add 256. And 108, 101, add 736.
Where are we adding it? I mean, are we waiting?
I'm just adjusting what his ask was.
That's what I'm
His
doing
25
as well.
requested.
Right, and changing that column, because that's gonna
Yeah, because he,
match. That's right.
right. Because we're not necessarily adjusting it yet, because we haven't decided on the salary, which we'll have to make sure that 256 is added into whatever we decide.
So I'm showing that would increase it by 1,248 as far as the total request. And as far as each of those lines, the 102, the request would now be 47,971. 107 request would now be 36,551,
36,551.
and 108 would be 37,031.
Those red.
Making the total request 339,694.
Since that wasn't as part of the 25 submission, we gotta go find that money,
Yes.
pull it out, right?
Bill suggested and do a 4% increase on the county assessor. Just the chief deputy. for this
We'll make it
meeting, but,
up.
I mean, get really close.
Down the road.
Yeah.
Ida, if you would, and the postage and freight, which is 322, shows the balance is what was budgeted. Have we spent anything out of that line? I have any notes on that?
I have will encumber into next year, cause we don't know what we will spend this year. 33,000 notices and 33,000 notices have to go out, that's 15K less than previous.
What did you put down? 47,971.
As in, he still expects to send stuff out, is what I guess I gathered.
Well, and postage went up.
Somebody on it. What's the county postage rate? Does the county get a discount on stamps?
No.
Think so? I mean, to send out 33,000 notices, that's gonna be well over $17,000 at least. I don't understand where the postage gets shifted to the commissioners.
I don't remember.
Probably gonna be over 20.
You could bulk mail and get cheaper rates, right? Can we do that? For bulk mail. There is, you can get,
I mean, let's figure out the rate, because it should be easy to figure times 33,000. But the number seems low.
just highlight that and come back to it.
Yeah, we can do that.
Okay. Any other questions on that one?
So. Prosecutor. Regular plain prosecutor page.
You were asking about the postage? Yeah, for the assessor's office. I think if we look for their reassessment fund,
Postage in there.
they've got $25,000 in postage.
Really, you didn't increase anything outside of salaries.
No.
Gavin. Go ahead, sorry. Oh, Christmas phone.
right,
All right, where are we? Sorry.
prosecutor,
Prosecutor, he didn't raise adjustable salary.
that fund,
What about, you wanna hit all the ones, like Liz
yeah, we
and
might as
everything?
well,
I think, before we do that,
yeah,
on the three, there's three lines that the past couple of years, depending on the volume of the cases and what kind of cases, I'm always typically able to give money back, and I think that's gonna be the case again this year.
okay,
I don't know if you wanna talk about that or not.
sure,
take all we can
absolutely.
On one line, number 138, transcription fees. Is the balance of that still 9,400 something? Are the books, are they pretty much,
138. You pay for your own transcriptions, then public defender pays for transcription.
right, whoever asked for a transcript pays. Okay. I'd feel comfortable giving 5,000 back to, out of, for this year.
But still leaving it at 10.
Yeah, leaving it budgeted, yeah, but giving it back,
Oh, a 24 give back.
yeah,
Okay.
end of the year give back. And then on line 310, I have the book I have shows a balance of 27,900. If that's accurate, I feel comfortable giving back, 15,
Which line was that?
310.
310.
We'll check current, this is as of June, the 27th.
Yeah, that's, okay.
And how much again, I'm sorry, 15?
15.
And the give back.
These are the three accounts that really fluctuate year to year.
Mhm.
Or three lines, I mean, I'm sorry. Okay, I'm okay with 15.
Willing to reduce that any for the next year's budget?
He's afraid to because
I understand, I just wanted to hear it out of.
No, I heard a word that Fred used, it's a placeholder, because I don't know at any given time when I'm gonna need that. So I'd rather have it budgeted and give it back to you now than.
what's professional services for you guys?
Professional services, so those are when we need, when we get ready for and go to trial and get police interviews of witnesses and suspects transcribed for use in court. Transcripts is a Delaware County employee, so a court reporter. And then, 390, witness fee, well, it's called something else now. Other services and charges. I have, looks like a balance of 2375.
398390.
398, yes. Other services and charges. These are expert witness fees, plane tickets, lodging for witnesses that come in from out of town. I feel comfortable giving back 10,000. Or I think that's a total of 30,000.
Yeah. from 24, from this current year.
Correct. And I think, you know, depending on how the cases go, and I don't know what crime's gonna be committed tomorrow, but I'm optimistic that more than that 30 will come back to you. A lot more, but I can't tell you.
Oh, that's hopeful.
Yeah.
Can I ask a question in lit?
Sure.
There's still 70% left in health insurance. Is that because of people? And I would.
Open position,
Open
insurance not being used.
We have an open position in lit for a deputy prosecutor.
We figured that at, the family rate. We also have the 2 possible new positions that we have asked for. I figured those at a family rate. We currently have someone who may be leaving our person. I have figured that at rate as well.
Well, that balance is gonna stay probably for.
Right.
There'll be money there too.
Right.
Still not even. So just overall in the general fund, the ones you've mentioned, there's quite a few that haven't really had any spend down reality. Even the ones you mentioned, but there are others too with a lot.
Are we
Guess
going
we'll
back?
just revisit that.
Yeah, and like I said, I know, so like, for example, at the end of next month, I'm trying a triple murder case. And so there are going to be witness fees and there's gonna be transcript fees, and I just can't tell you what that's gonna be.
Yeah.
That's about a 2-week trial.
Anybody else?
Do we have any other questions?
I know we're not diving into salaries at this point, but I have just a general question. If the council, buys into the idea of a schedule for your deputies based on seniority, would you be willing to discuss the exact spread of those on that schedule? I think I asked you the other day, you know, did it bother you that there was such a significant difference between the top and bottom there? If council was interested in trying to narrow that, but still buy into that concept, that's something you talk about.
I think that's always something. Yeah, I'm always willing to talk. Yeah. Yeah. I think you mean from the newer years of experience down to the 21, 25.
Yeah.
And I think that's going to be right. I think that's when you get to the end of that matrix. I think that's going to be rare to have a deputy prosecutor.
I'm sure it would be.
I mean, we have 2 or 3 now, but I don't. Yeah, as you know, I mean, it's just not going to happen at all.
It won't, but in today's dollars, it makes a difference
Well, I understand.
for this budget. Thank you.
While he's up there, do we have questions about high-tech crime?
Yeah, they made a bunch of moves, so I was trying to look at and there's money sitting in a lot of these, but like there's a longevity for there with, I guess I paid up.
Yeah. Like anything else?
Well, I was looking at the balances on a lot
Oh.
of these.
That's all money from the state,
Yeah. Outside of
Um,
general and.
Yeah,
rolls over.
year over year.
Good. Thank you.
Good. Thank you.
All right. Court.
Oh. Yeah, he's the 40 support.
Yeah, I guess, but there's two. Sorry, Emily.
Yeah, she did that one. And then there's pretrial diversion if you have any questions about that.
The pre-trial. I don't think there was really anything in that one, but. Page 34.
Bill did ask a question about.
You said 34?
We're back on the front. 34.
General fund to reimburse. Partially, some of it completely.
Yeah, this is the fund, that the first $111,975 is 100% reimbursed by the federal government, and anything thereafter, the remainder is reimbursed 66% by the federal government.
What?
111,975,000.
Shows transportation is overspent as of June 30. And I know you said it gets reimbursed, but is that a number that we increase a little?
We transferred them.
Pretty much.
Transferred money from, yeah, covered.
So your budget is submitted at 445,000, really cost the county 113,000. Could you repeat that, Bill, please? Budget as submitted was 445,349. With the 100% and then the 66% reimbursement, the county's share would be 113,347.
else have anything on this one?
Did my math back. Never mind.
Then you have the,
40 court, 40 family support. Around family support.
burden, page 69.
Every family support, 40 court.
You're on,
Yeah, family support, 40.
20, or
Yeah, I got it.
On 69.
was that county road?
Yeah, Mr. Hoffman, Mr. Hughes asked the question of whether the new investigator could go in or come from this account. Did you have an opportunity to look into that and give us an answer yet?
I started and I don't have an answer yet. I think it would be close. Again, these are, and I say that because these user fees are defendants who have been in trouble, first-time offenders who go into the diversion programs, they don't get a conviction, on the back end. And so that really fluctuates too. So I don't know yet.
Me for now.
All right. Okay, now we're good.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Emily, for real this time. What was the question?
I don't remember the line item. Or yet. Is it saying some have a bigger jump? And if it's 100% reimbursed fund, it's the same title, it really should be a bigger jump than.
Only one question. On the jury chairs, those, it's 23,100 for all 5 courts,
Correct.
correct?
That's 14 chairs per courtroom, because you have to have 12 jurors plus the 2 alternates. So 14 chairs per court, so I think that 70 chairs? Did I say 70? At 300 apiece. And it's the durable medical grade material so that we can make sure it stays clean and lasts a long time.
And correction, instead of saying it 30.
Is it 330? Okay, thank you. So I always try to buy the quality that will last a long time, but I also want to make sure that in our old courtrooms that you remember the fabric, I don't want anything that we can't clean thoroughly. So I asked him for the best, and he said that they have this medical grade they use in like healthcare, like Meridian Health, hospitals, and so that's what we'd put in there. So it just makes
3 courts this year, or next year, and 2
I'm
following.
I'm
Could we
sorry,
split
what?
it up over 2 years? 3 courts.
We
1 year?
could, yes, we could split it up.
And just to make sure you guys understand, this is why we don't want cloth chairs is the jury box is often, is where we set, inmates. And we've had many inmates who cannot hold their bodily functions and they'll just do it right there. And so the problem with with the old courtroom with cloth chairs is that chair was usually taken out of the commission then for a couple of weeks until we got it properly cleaned and sanitized. But we don't want cloth, we need this type of chair, so it's,
correct.
there's a reason, and it's a good reason.
Judge has too much information.
That's what we're here to provide, information.
Is that TMI? But, I mean, we could, I mean, of course, I put in what I would like to do is which just get them all done. I have a wish list that Matt has that replacing attorneys' chairs and, there's several things on that wish list. So if we want to, spread it out over, 2 or 3 years and do a couple courts at a time, that's totally fine. One of our attorneys at trial, he'll push down and then he'll tears down our office because the chairs so incredible. That's on my wish list. The jury chairs and the. Yeah, they're just not,
You guys didn't get a say in that when it was built?
we did not, nope.
And
We didn't get a say in the chairs, the furniture. I mean, because we already had our desks and things, but we didn't get a say. Remember, I think maybe last year or the year before, I took it out of my own budget to buy witness chairs where the witnesses sit. Because the chairs we had, you couldn't even see the witness. I had to buy elevated chairs. So again, I'm just doing things slowly to try and make it. We can have prosecutor and defense bring down their chairs, but when we have civil trials coming from Indianapolis, I mean, we're gonna ask them to bring their chair in the car.
that's what I did for, what, 2
Prosecutor,
years?
yeah.
When I was a deputy prosecutor. I had a chair that I would wheel into the court every day when I had a hearing, because in Circuit 5, criminal court was all day long,
Mhm.
twice a week. And I just got a chair, and I just kept it on the first floor, and I would wheel it in every day to use, because those chairs that the attorneys use are so uncomfortable. I mean, if you're just there for 15, 20, 30 minutes, fine, no big deal. But if you're in a trial, or like me, when I was in there all day, it caused me back problems.
Yeah, there are people that are there all day, and there's some people there 10 minutes. So it's the people that are there all day, jury trials and things like that. But this ask was for jury chairs, and I was just trying to get all of them replaced. Now, we could do we could do, because I was going to ask next year to start replacing attorney chairs as well. So
Question, what happens to the chairs that you'll no longer be using?
we'll
They're relatively
we'll find a place for them. We're always short in chairs in the hallway for jury trials for people to sit as they wait. We'll ask the county, I'm not just going to trash them because they're
Right.
good chairs. They're just not good chairs for what they're being used for.
I don't know if you can sell them.
I mean, we could, honestly, if that's what we want to do, is sell them on the, I don't know, is it Kyle that does that on the website? There's a Gov website.
Market.com.
Because they're in good condition, they're only a few years old. We could just sell them all
Yeah,
and get our money back,
some money
or
back.
some money.
But
And that would be whatever you want me to do. So that's why I wanted to get the jury chairs out of the way, and I wanted to start putting a little bit in the budget each year, because I think, Matt, do you have my wish list? How many chairs do I have on there for attorney chairs? Do you remember? 'Cause I think I asked for 5 per
30.
6 per courtroom. 3
Yeah,
on
the
each.
jury room was in here too, but.
Well, and
Adjust the
my hope is to get the jury gallery fixed, and then work on the attorney chairs, and then work on the jury rooms, because the jury room chairs you sat in them, you all sat in those chairs from 1990. They're starting to fall apart. They're not, but they're worn out.
So I'm gonna look at this a little more broadly, which
Yes.
is for just the county general courts, not 4D, just what you're on today, right now. The increase request, non-employee related, is 161,744. So I think where Bill's probably trying to get to, I mean, that's a huge number.
Mm-hmm.
Outside of the salary thing that we're looking at, it's a lot.
So
May I ask a question?
I
real
will
quick?
say, there's some fixed numbers in there. Sorry, there's some fixed numbers in there, which is your psych fees, your interpreters, and, those were significant increases. That juvenile courtroom, safety issues, those are big I mean, that's a big ask. And then the chairs, that's a big ask. So it does add up. That was the only increases I had. What I gave you on that paper, that PowerPoint I gave you, let me find it. That was the only increases I had outside of the, if I can find my paper. I got it. Thank you. Yeah, so my psych fees, my interpreter, I had my court website, which I put on there instead of borrowing out of other accounts, which was only $700. We could take that off if you really wanted. A little bit of an increase in my contract.
Can I ask a question about something that,
It's that juvenile courtroom and then of course the chairs. Well, and then my software for equipment that I have to replace 18 computers with new Microsoft Office. That's another 20,000. So yeah, it added up. Okay, what was your question? I'm sorry.
The jury chairs in Title 4D court, that be purchased out of that account?
This is not anything in 40. This is my main 5 courts.
Okay.
If we have to replace anything in 40, they would buy that out of 40 budget. They don't have jury chairs in 40 anyway, but their gallery chairs and everything. Has nothing to do with that court. This is our main circuit court.
I didn't get to ask this of the magistrate, but a little birdie told me that on the juvenile side, that part of the challenge for security wise is they don't allow juveniles to be shackled. Is that true?
I believe that is. Can they be shackled? I believe it's.
That's where you start at, but the court can have them shackled if it has a reason to, and it has to clearly indicate that in the record. It can be, but you start at not shackled.
My next recommendation would be, if we do get jury chairs, not put the inmates in those new jury chairs, put another chair, one of these older ones up there for the inmates to sit in, so
Well,
if you do have issues.
we can't put them in the gallery with the public.
I didn't say that. I just said
Keep the old chairs.
Extra chair up there.
Well, we have 12 to 4. We have 10
Don't have any
inmates at
space for
one. At one. So when they do inmates,
Trying to come up with an idea
I
so
know.
you don't get the new chairs.
right? So we have 10 inmates at a time, right? 10 inmates come down for a criminal hearing date. We have 10 of them at once, so we have to put them in the jury box. So I don't know where we would put those chairs. It's not just one person at a time. Does that make
Part of the
sense?
problem is that the jury boxes aren't big enough. They actually won't hold 14 chairs.
Mhm.
So we actually have to take 2 alternates, set them outside the jury box. Or sometimes what we've done is we
Put 'em in
spread them out
front.
and we put them in front of the jury box. The jurors have 4 in front, 4 and, so we can get our 14, but
Now I'm gonna ask an ignorant question. If you bring in multiple inmates at a time, what do you do with them when it's not their case that's up and you have a jury there?
Oh, this is not with, that's 2 separate things.
Okay.
You have jury trials, jurors sit in those chairs. You have regular hearings, criminal hearings, which are sentencings,
Okay.
Initial hearings, whatever, they sit in that area.
yeah, we have a jury trial. There's only one defendant. He'll be sitting at
At the
with his
defense
attorney.
table.
In your example, you weren't talking about just the one, you were talking about when you bring them all in.
Right.
Correct,
Like on
correct.
Thursday
Follow up. Thank
afternoons.
You're welcome.
Thursday afternoons, I have my
And
criminal
so,
docket.
so when he talks about them sitting there, they're all sitting there for their hearings, waiting for all of their hearings to go, so then they can be transported back. I'm sorry, I didn't make that clear.
Thank I understand now a lot better.
Okay, sorry.
You usually come up here with something for us.
Well, the problem being is this, last year we had ARP money that was covering all my extra
Yeah.
stuff. This year, everything keeps increasing, so all my extra money that I do have, which is about $20,000, I might need,
Yeah.
and then some. And because I have given you a solution, the lit that everybody doesn't want to talk about, that would cover all these things that I'm asking for
Right.
in both CASA, probation,
and court. And I feel like it's reasonable. These are things we need. It's not a want, it's things we need to make happen. And I feel like it's a reasonable ask. I'm not gonna get into it. That's just,
Tell me again why the, commission aren't picking up.
they said they didn't have the money. I asked YOC. They said, we don't have the money, you're gonna have to ask for it at budget.
Now, guys, let's think about this. The commissioners ask you for money, they're gonna spend it on the court. Or the courts ask you for money, we're gonna spend it on ourselves. It's coming from the same pot. Who asked for it? And
Well,
really
they
isn't
have
that
other,
important.
they have other fundings too, though.
They
They have
special
edit,
funds that
they have edit and stuff like
are
that.
available, whether they can use that, not as.
Well,
It's their
that's
discretion.
available.
It's still ultimately something you guys are gonna have.
Right.
But I asked both because I knew you'd ask me that. First place I went was YOC, and I knew they probably wouldn't have it. And then I asked the commissioners, and they said, we don't have it. We won't have it, we don't have it. So we can't promise we won't have it. Well, I can't put a,
Right.
I just can't count on that. I gotta have I mean, we've already put it off for at least 3 years, if not 4. I keep putting it off.
I'd suggest taking 8,400 out of the, 536 equipment, which would be 2 courtroom jury chairs, if we're really full.
What does that make that new total?
But if you take $8,000 out of there, there's only $600 in there.
This is for,
No, he
she
meant,
added in
take
for
it
the
out of the budget.
chairs.
This is taken out of next year's
536.
request.
No, he's saying there's only 617 left in there.
Wait a
but
second, wait a second. Bill, I think you calculated using 300 per
It's
per chair.
330 per chair.
330 is the actual number,
30.
so, yeah.
Yeah.
$23,100, 70 chairs. That's divided by 5 courts. So
Okay,
each
so you
court,
take out $9,240.
Yeah, 240.
Thank you, Tanya.
So
have my
36,
math up here.
355.
So you're saying replace 3 courts,
Do 3
Two,
courts next year.
3, and then try to do the next.
You wanna leave 9,240, don't you? Did I do my math wrong in my head?
2 courts equal 9,240 debt. So he's saying do 3 of the 5 courts, taking 2 out.
So subtract
I thought he
9240
wanted to
from,
do
no, do 3.
3. Okay, do 3 next year.
So that new number is 36, 350.
Judges can draw straws. Who gets
I'm not, they can fight over which court gets it. Thank you, Bill.
36, 350.
36, yes.
We wanna do the rest of them?
Yeah. Yes, go ahead.
So we got, $9,000 out of 161,000. So
I did my part.
All right, so what else?
I'd like to
we-
hear, the request for the attorney's chairs.
That's not in this budget. I said that's a future request. The attorney chairs is a future request. It's on my wish list with Matt. It's not in this budget request. I only put in for jury chairs this year. I will need to put in for attorney chairs and jury room chairs, but that's something Matt had asked for.
So just a reminder, Matt's been working on getting like
5-year
3 to 5 year plans from some of our public safety or larger budgets and trying to work on analysis for what those needs are. So that's where that conversation stemmed from. All right, so your next one is on what, page 70?
40, or are we gonna, we already passed
Then we go back to two, page, well, we
Did you
we
guys
talked
want
about,
did you guys want a grand total on the new requested amount as it sits now?
might as well, let me refresh my bit. All right, what do you got?
I showed 2,966,389.
I got.
Go back to 4D.
We talked about that one yesterday?
Yeah.
Yeah, we did.
Yeah,
Yes.
adjusted the computers.
Oh, yeah, we did the computers
Yes, cause we
Remember
reduced
that?
it, yeah, cause you had me do a plan for the
Plan.
computer.
first, yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so. Next up is, next,
We pretty much parked that yesterday, it's
67?
reimbursable for 1.5%. What she's finding computer.
7, this is adult probation user fees.
This is where we had the discussion with Jeff Hansard.
Mm-hmm.
He would just like some help. He's done on giving him some breathing room on using his budget, of using the user fees. Yeah, I suggested he would come back in January. Yeah. With the budget for that, for programming and
Right.
see what was available in the fund had.
We're outside of county general here.
Yeah.
Take care.
This one, they had 431,000 balance. 421 at the beginning of the year.
Yeah.
And then Matt, I gave you that was like what I gave you today, where it's dwindling down. My actual balance after we collect, and then if we put out the budget and then have a bad year of collections, say we don't collect anything, that's how I looked at it. It keeps kind of dwindling that bottom line. Yeah, about 20,000. So that's why we're starting to get concerned about being so heavy on salaries and benefits. But we understood, like, we've already put in the budgets. This was kind of talked about after the fact, and how all this programming is needed and can't make it happen. So anyway, that's something you got. Essentially, we can't do anything at this point, I don't think, because we don't have it in the other budget, so.
Jeff was alluding to moving some of the employees out
Into the
free it
court.
up for actual
Right,
programming.
like moving the salaries over into the court side,
Yeah.
which is about 100,000. If I remember doing the math with him, and it was about 100,000.
What do we do at the end of the year when we don't spend, or we don't spend the budget health insurance? So, right, if I'm at a glance tracking 64% left in health insurance fund overall, what happens at the end of the year? We just
It stays in that fund.
staying in that fund, right? As of now is what we just talked about the other day, right?
Right, it would just add to the balance. Some of it stay
The 173 line does not, it goes back to county general.
I'll say some of it goes back to county general, some of it.
If it's not put into the other fund that's non-reverting, it does not stay in the health insurance fund. That's when we talked about
No, not
you
helping.
guys saying we need to do some sort of ordinance or resolution so that whatever money's in that 173 line does not go back to county general. Because right now it goes back to county
8 out
general.
of 2,100, so it stays in 2,100. Right?
This would stay in 2,100 because it's a non-reverting fund.
Yeah,
It's a fee.
that
This
was-
would not, correct, this would stay.
What I was alluding
But
to.
in the county general side, it stays in the county general.
out of the force that are paid out of 1,000 minutes per class.
Right, so I think commissioner's health insurance, it would stay in county general.
Which is where we started talking about.
Which is where we
forcing
start-
it to stay in that.
In that non-reverting.
Right,
Yes.
but we, in county general, there's, yeah, I was actually referring more to these funds.
They stay in those funds because all the funds outside of county general, they're mostly their own funds, like CASA, probation, as far as I know, probation,
Money
stuff like
just stays in their funds.
public
So, okay,
defender.
let's do an exercise. So for 2,100, the probation, what's the balance on 153? Or 173?
Hey, Matt, just to let you know, our office is actually gonna look at the healthcare situation in our office. Probably not stay till 9 o'clock last night for our reports. So we're gonna look at this whole process and the funds, except,
Okay.
so if there's concerns in certain areas that you have, let us know what those are. But
No, I mean, it's great. I think we need to make sure we're properly address that, whatever that is, in conjunction with what the gentleman was telling. Sorry. I don't have any concern. I was just trying to track where
there's a
the,
lot of reasons for it, but we're looking at.
okay. That's the current balance. What was the end of? What
I
was the
will-
end of 2023 balance?
Matt,
Sorry, that's what I meant.
Matt, I will warn you that our current rates are not correct. I'm adjusting those. That's the ones I'm working on.
I'm not trying to get to the nickels and
I
dimes.
know, but
just
I'm
trying to
saying
know-
that it could significantly change because they have the wrong people
Sure.
in those lines, and and so like we owe more in perf, we owe more in FICA than they've taken out. We owe more probably in insurance, but I haven't got that far because they had wrong people in those lines. So I don't know if that's gonna be accurate for 24.
I'm trying to get if all of these funds have health insurance and year over year,
Right, we
unused funds
budget
roll over,
whatever.
we're sitting on money for health insurance specifically.
Well, but these are, for this account, it's his user fees that we have to appropriate because,
I get that, I'm just trying to see what kind of money is still in what is in that, what is in that line item today? As of the end of the year, you started at what dollar amount? You budgeted 163,475.
mm-hmm,
We've only used 35%, well, as of June, it was only 35%.
right,
So, see what I'm saying?
right. But I'm saying, I think it was not correct at the beginning of the year, and even now it's still not
Maybe so,
correct.
I just wanna see
Yeah.
this one in particular, but there's 30
Other-
of them
other
here
ones,
that we need-
yes.
that I would wanna see the same thing. Sorry, say that again. End of 23. Okay, oh,
And that doesn't stay in that line item, it just goes back into the
Into the
fund
fund.
as a whole.
And Matt, we always put a 10% buffer, and so like last year, I think it was only, what was the increase last year? Do you guys remember? Was it like, there was no increase, because the commissioners took the increase. This year, if there's an 8% increase, we don't know who's gonna,
right, so then for,
so,
right, well, but that's into
so
the-
there is always something left,
Yeah,
at least how I do
and that's
it.
into the equation of your balance at the beginning of the year for the fund as a
Correct.
whole,
Correct,
and how we look at that. right?
correct.
So if we say there's 430 grand in there right now, you know, a good chunk of that, or was there a chunk of that was,
Yes,
you know,
yes, there will
leftover
always be a
health
little,
insurance, not
there
so
should,
much user fees that you collect.
yeah, or if there's changes of employees, so there is a possibility to be at
But then you
least
got like
10%.
the DCC drug court and the vet court, and there's been no health insurance used this year on either one of those. 9321 and 9322. Okay, whatever they are now. Well, it's listed in their spreadsheet as from 93 to 92. Okay. either way, that was the point of me asking. We can,
Alright. Seven's, the next one is 70. That's just that flat 50
Right.
you asked for. Pages 74.
On page 70 now, what are the other services and charges?
That's the jury fee fund for jury trials that come off the top of filing fees. So when a filing fee comes through, I get a portion of that for jury trials.
So what's it used for?
Jury trials, pay jurors,
To pay the
pay the jurors,
Okay.
yes. And remember, they increased jury pay, so it increased the cost on our end. So
haven't
that's why we
spent
had
that
to
much.
increase it on both sides.
we pay in arrears.
Current balance, no, the current balance should be more than that. It should be like 60,000. Jury fee fund.
41,446 at the
Yes.
end of June.
I collect about 5,000 a month. Oh, sorry, a balance on the account currently that I have. I've used all of it but 8,000, what I've appropriated this year. And I'm probably gonna have to come back and appropriate more, which I have a little bit of a cushion.
Because your end of 20 balance was not
Correct.
zero.
It was a little bit more, yes. I've tried not to zero that out.
Has the higher jury fee payment been in effect all this year?
It started in July of last year,
By that,
July of 23.
okay, I'm sorry.
Alright.
That's off track.
Okay, page 74. Is this one for taking insurance now?
Remember, this is the one that didn't need it, and then all of a sudden she could have needed it, but she didn't. And the grant, the grantor said, we are going to ask that they authorize for health insurance benefits. We still don't know that yet. We got the grant award letter, but we don't know what they've distributed as. She doesn't need it currently, so,
This is the one you said you may have to come back and rearrange.
correct.
Okay.
And I don't know if I'll know that before end of budgets. If I do, we can always do it in January.
Okay.
We're at the mercy of the grant. But she doesn't need health insurance at this time. And if they offer it, we'll leave it in there. But we'll probably rearrange it and spend it on programming.
That's all of yours, right?
I've got CASA.
The way they have it on the schedule, I should just, alright, let's see. Well, we got the one in county general, you got page 33.
Oh, I forgot about that one.
Yep.
About that professional services, the attorney.
Yeah.
So we were one of the very few CASA programs that did not have an attorney. Is that correct?
Correct.
You did some adjustment on here before.
Yes, that was because of job description issues.
We've already knocked off.
Yep.
Is this jumping from not having an attorney in any case to having an attorney available?
We've already used him and he's done it pro bono for a couple of times. But we don't know that he'll continue to do that. That's why we're asking to have somebody. And it's not like we've only asked this person to do it sporadically. We really need somebody that's there as a retained attorney, that when things come up, they can contact this attorney and get things resolved. So when we asked for a bill, he says, no, I just did it to help. So we can't just continue to say, can you help us sporadically? Because we need somebody all the time.
Somebody available all the time, not.
Yes, we need somebody available, and this person is willing to do
How do
that.
we know how much he would be utilized?
We don't know that, but we know it will be, because we don't know what cases will come up.
You said that there was 100 of 300 kids currently not represented.
That was with the CASA.
That was
Yes.
with the CASA.
That's the
Attorney
CASA,
or an attorney.
that is with the staff ask.
Oh.
The attorney ask is when there's complicated situations that need a legal pleading, a legal response, that they are not allowed to file because they're not attorneys, and you cannot practice law if you're not an attorney. They need that legal person to do the paperwork. Like, they may know what they need to put in, but they can't cite law, so they have to have this legal person to do this.
Not having had this person, could we say, okay, we're going to try this, we're gonna put $20,000 in the budget and see how it goes?
We could do that.
And then when we come, if we get to July 1st and he's working every week on 15 different cases, then we can say, okay, we need to expand this program. I just hate to tie up.
If you're willing to, I'm willing to reduce if you're willing to let us come back if it becomes necessary. But we just didn't know what to put because we don't know what to expect.
And
We don't know what
would it be up-
cases.
Would it be up to the program director to,
Utilize,
the CASA volunteer just can't on their own?
correct. It
Oh,
would
the
be up to the
attorney.
director to
They have to go to the
feedback,
director and say, here's a case that I think needs legal assistance.
correct. She would be funneling that information and making those calls.
But if it came
I
down
don't know what
to,
the rest of the council thinks, but I would, since it's a new concept, I would like to maybe try it at maybe 20,000.
I'm open to
I was gonna ask if it came down to this new position versus having to be able to pay the attorney, what the preferred.
She said staff. You asked that, somebody asked that yesterday and she said she needs staff.
In position versus stipend.
I think it was staff versus
it
stipends.
was, yeah, it was staff. I have it
I
here,
would say staff.
over stipend.
I got a note here.
We've got to get the kids represented. What?
I got a note here that I didn't complete the lot of grant funding in gone away or.
There's just more, there's less funding and more people asking, so it's just spread thinner. The donations are not there, the funding's it's just being spread thinner is what, like her VOCA federal grant has gone down, and that's a federal grant, so United Way went down, which is local. And I know she's tries to apply for everything she can, but she's running a program on top of all that. That'd be nice to have a grant writer, that we asked for previously, but, and there's some things that are very complicated and time consuming to write a grant. So there's only so much you can do on these grants. And plus run your program and all the things you have to do.
Like I said, I had a note that was started, but.
Yeah, it was that there's more people asking for it. So the donations may still be the same, or it's either donations have gone down or there's more people asking and it's spread thinner.
because her portions have come down quite a bit.
I'm open to what Bill suggested of reducing that to 20. Anyone else have thoughts on that? And
I'm sorry, say it again.
the professional services, reducing that to 20.
I don't have a problem with that, but make sure that we all understand in July when he comes back begging for more, we can't want him to get done.
And I'm sure this attorney will
Well, yeah,
work
we
with
will,
us,
because-
Yeah.
but we'd like to compensate
Sure,
for the time.
Sure.
And he's
Well,
doing
those
it at
kids need
$100 an hour,
represented, So,
and it's $100 an hour, which
Yep.
is very low rate.
anything else here? And you have what, is it the Boca grant, your next one? 70,
Come up with
need-
a total on that.
Any requested total?
Yeah.
It is 359,190.
Yeah.
359490.
Yeah.
I say Boca grant, up next. 77? You already do that?
75.
And we haven't done 75, but that one's just a grant, and we already had to adjust it because our grant had gone down in the other.
Yep.
So that's where it's at.
70,
76 is where it's at, same. It's a grant, it's what it is.
yeah.
There's no increases on pay or anything.
And then the page
And
77.
77 is that federal grant that was reduced.
Do you have any additional questions for Emily? All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Next up, Public Defender's Office.
Page you got?
18. I don't remember if anyone asked, or I don't recall asking, or if there was an answer. The request for the, public defender salaries to jump from 50 to 60, that's a 20% increase. Was that just, that number sounds fun, or?
That was, from the salary study, the median or the average, public defender salary was 61.
96, I remember that now. But that was just flat salaries, right? They weren't looking into any other caseload or anything like that with that study, right? That was just the flat salaries.
Correct. I will tell you that, our attorneys, we do juggle every quarter to stay within caseload limitations. I mean, I know that's not what you're worried about, but I mean, they are fully loaded on their cases.
Got that 40% of this is reimbursed by the state, is that correct?
Yes.
You all spent a long time convincing us to get you to the 50, why?
Right, and when Sam is in a meeting this morning, but when we go to buckle down to talk about salaries, there's a lot of wiggle room for that.
Can't find my page, but was it Wayne County that there's over 100,000?
Yeah, 103.
How could that be? If they're adhering to state guidelines as far as caseload?
I don't recall if they are in the State Public Defender Commission program.
Well, they can opt out.
Oh, yes, there are several counties. I think
Maybe they're full-time then.
they are full-time.
They are full-time.
I believe so.
Okay.
But yeah, I think there are around 20 counties that aren't in the State PD Commission.
So they don't get reimbursement.
Correct. But they also don't have to adhere to standards and guidelines as far as qualifications to take different kinds of cases. And they don't have to adhere to caseload counts and things like that. So, yeah, there are several counties in the state that do not participate. Ours just happened to be one of the first to join.
Are any of the other counties on this list not participating? Do you know?
I don't believe so.
Okay.
Is Blackford on the list? I don't have the list. It's over
No,
at my chair. Blackford County does not participate.
Yeah, it's Adams, Allen, Brown, Taub, Grant, Harrison, Henry, Howard, Jay, Lake, Madison, Monroe, Montgomery, Noble, Steuben, Tippecanoe, and Wabash.
I don't believe there are any others that aren't participating. I'd have to look at the map.
No.
But I'm thinking about conferences that we've had and everything and
Sure.
what counties are always there. And I don't believe there are any of those that don't participate.
Of what's it called, the Indiana Public Defender
Commission. Mhm.
Look for a map.
They do have, and I know there is a map. I might be able to get there quicker. I look at it often. And I'm not saying Wayne definitely does not
Yeah.
participate. I'm just thinking that they don't.
What was that?
According to, according to this,
So if we took the 103 out, that would lower the average.
as with anything else in this study, I think nothing's perfect.
Right. That's basically, professional services went up. What was that for? What does that cover?
That covers here. Right here. It covers psych testing. It covers court-ordered attorney fees, like where we have conflicts. It covers medical investigation fees, which we use more than you would think. Interpreters. Why can't you name that? All our crap? Yeah.
Go ahead. Yeah, right.
See, psych testing, medical investigation, interpreters. The reason why I upped that request, and I mean, we can take it back down, but like Emily, our psych testing fees have been through the roof. I've transferred in funds to psych testing. we can take that back down and take the gamble,
On which one?
the professional services.
I don't know.
I mean, we can, I may be
The
asking,
balance on that one this year, or what they spent this year, 312, 310.
Better.
Did they make that?
You said you've made transfers in.
yes, for psych
yeah.
fees.
Yeah, so I was.
That's what I remember. So
Probably I'll leave it.
I guess it's irrelevant. I think we leave it.
And we've moved money and. Out of psychological testing.
Left over.
Can you tell us what they've spent to date? If we've transferred that, doesn't mean.
So, I mean, take that back down, it's fine.
We're gonna leave it.
We're gonna leave it.
Can any of these professional services be moved to your public defender supplemental account? Paid out of there?
No. They are very strict on what you can spend out of your supplemental fund. And we don't want to get dinged. That's
Sure.
part of the way we
Don't blame you there.
stay in compliance.
What about the equipment? They come out of the supplemental fund?
No. The equipment is just for computer replacement, and I hate to put it like this, they believe the county should pay for our computers. You did ask me, Jessica, about whether the requests for attorney fees and transcription fees were adequate, seeing that I've asked for money in those fees or those lines this year. It looks like for some reason in 2020, I had to appropriate into transcripts and attorney fees and do some transferring around. 2021, I did transfers in both of those lines, got us through. 2022, no transfers, no appropriations. 2023, to those lines, no transfers, no appropriations. So when I say it is hard to predict,
Yeah.
it is hard to predict. And
Sure.
you guys, when I know you don't like appropriations, it's not the way we need to look at things, but you guys have always been really understanding about those two funds. And so, I think we should keep them where they're at. I did bump them up to a little because that's what they used to be. I took them back up, from 106 to 110 and from 37.7 to 40. Hell, that might be enough to help us. You
Yeah.
also asked me to check on health insurance because I went from 250 to 211. I went through every single person's health insurance again. I know these attorneys, pretty well. Some of their kids are getting ready to fall off insurance. This more than covers what I need and the 10%. But they've got kids getting ready to fall off insurance. No one's pregnant is pregnant right now.
No kids coming on.
You're right, I just jinxed it. But I think my health insurance request is about spot.
Okay. Do we have anything else for this fund? All right, let's look over at your supplemental, page 60.
You know, they need to reimburse.
I'm sorry?
You know how the state reimburses this? They reimburse.
They reimburse 40% of all of these expenses are reimbursed.
40%.
Yeah. And you'll see the professional services in that is, a witness fee. And I overspent on that and had to transfer some funds around to cover my professional services witness. Basically, I've lowered my request.
All right.
We got quite a bit of cash in that account, correct?
I believe it's 177,250 thereabout.
177,251 as fourth.
$178, $275. Can a larger chunk of FICA and perf and such come out of here?
No, that's what got grandfathered, right? from
Right,
before
they
changed the
put
rules.
one
Insurance,
employee,
life insurance, anything?
yeah, when we joined the commission, I believe it was 2009, they allowed one employee to be in the supplemental fund. None of these are really, the reoccurring expenses like office supplies, the rental lease building should technically not come out of the supplemental fund because no reoccurring expenses are supposed to, but like,
But these are one-time, like, capital expenses? Like, what is it?
that's what it's for. Like, I bought our Surface Pros out of supplemental, during 2020, when, actually 2021, when the attorneys had backlogged cases and everything, after much talk, the, Public Defender Commission allowed us to give, I think it was $2,500 bonus to the attorneys. And they said, never again, don't ask, but this is a special circumstance, so.
So, I mean, we really only have one, you have an equipment line item in the county general fund, $1,700.
Yes,
You haven't spent any of that, why would you spend it if you can get it out of supplemental, right? Just ask.
yeah, they won't let us spend,
What is it for?
it's a computer replacement.
I thought you just said you could buy,
No, when we bought 25 Surface Pros, I bought it out of supplemental because that was a one-time expense. I can't replace them out of supplemental, but I'm not replacing those Surface Pros at this point. That is our
If you
office
took a hammer
desk.
to it, could you buy it out of supplemental?
It-
There's
Well-
not one there?
I'm telling you, I did just buy one computer out of supplemental, a desktop, because our old investigator, our former investigator did not have a desktop. He preferred not to. Our new investigator uses his desktop all day long. And so I asked the commission if I could buy his, since it was a non-existing computer and was coming new into our system, if I could buy his out of supplemental. And they said, yep, one time. So this is the first year my computer went dead and I found funds to buy a computer. Then this year, y'all told me to put it in the budget, so I did. So I still have one computer I'm gonna replace yet this year. And then with that money, if it's granted for 2025, I'm gonna replace another computer, and then I will have one more to go.
Where do the supplemental funds come from again? Sorry.
They come from, public defender fees that the defendants are ordered to pay. And
They don't really give you a mechanism with which to even spend that money.
basically,
Just 30 grand a year and what was you're at 107, I mean.
And bring in projected revenue was 53.5.
Yeah, we're
but, and they did just, up the public defender fees. So instead of, when the defendants do pay their public defender fees, because some do, some don't, it's gone, their PD fees have gone from 100 to 200. The clerk gets half of that and we get half of that. So instead of $50 per defendant who pays, we will now get $100 per defendant who pays.
So we need to add prosecutor PD to this conversation. Okay. I mean, it seems absurd that the supplemental fund can be used for just limited things if it's meant to supplement and help for public defender's office.
Well, and it does.
Need a lobbyist down there or what?
It does help. And like I said, when we moved out
Really, it
to
only gives 30 grand in our, what's the public defender's budget?
1 point,
Yeah, of $1 million, we can spend 30 grand a year out of it? That's ridiculous. I'm not saying that.
Not at
But- but we never, asked for a penny when we went from our closet to our 1,800 square foot suite out there we never asked the county for a penny
Have to
for
move you every 3 years.
furniture. Yeah, yeah, we've never asked the county for, we bought office furniture. I've got 2 side chairs in our office that need replaced. I will buy those out of supplemental. So, I mean,
Some jury chairs you could have.
yeah. We wouldn't,
Can you help me out?
we would not want those jury chairs.
Hurry 'em up.
But, yeah, so there are things.
I'm not only half joking. What about where the public defender sits? Are those part of the chairs you're trying to buy?
No, they're not. Not yet.
Not this year.
Not this year.
Those are attorney chairs. This is.
We literally wheel the chairs from one end of the
So,
building
yeah,
to
he
the
said
other
that-
when there's a trial.
All right.
We're just trying.
All right.
Yeah, Matt, there are things,
Shooting that dead horse.
there are things that we spend out of our supplemental fund that you don't see here. I appropriate funds, for special purchases.
Yeah,
Was-
I get it. I mean, there's always gonna be those one-off, just year-over-year basis, you're not really able to use it much.
No.
Okay.
It's supposed to be, the fund is supposed to be to improve
If you got any other funds that are aware.
the public defender services, like giving them an office out there was huge, where they could actually take a client, they could shut a door and work. So it's to improve the lives. The Surface Pros, were $50,000, but it improved the public defender services to their clients. So,
Yeah, but it feels like it's based on like Marion County where like maybe the public defenders are like, living like in New York City versus in the counties of the state of Indiana, which most of which have courthouses and places with, I'm guessing.
and you're exactly right. There is no population or county by county. We all live by the same rules in that fund. And that's the price we pay, I guess, to get 40% county general reimbursement.
Do you have any other questions for the public defender's office?
Another one, Gavin, over here.
All right, we're gonna take a 10-minute break. We'll come back.
That one here's
DED.
Heidi, do you mind?
All right, Tanya?
No.
Too much pumpkin?
Not your copy? Oh, right.
Unless that's still your happens.
That too. All right. Oh, you put yours over here, okay. They're both. All right, let's see, we are on to Kyle. Yep, we can do that.
Can I address council?
Oh, sure.
I've just been authorized by our chief public defender to reduce the public defender raise request to 55,000 per public defender.
Finding it again.
Search for item line under. All right, so 55.
And then
All the.
We could use that as a working number and just see where we are.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And more we had to miss.
Huh?
What's the next one?
The next will be, election board. But I don't know that we had much in here.
Didn't seem like we had much available to play with.
mean,
Election board, they stripped all the money out.
Yeah. I keep getting 19.
Yeah, he already reduced because it's not an election year.
Right, I don't think we had any additional questions. I mean, he talked about cleaning the voter rolls and that like contractual services were for micro vote and knowing, which is the polling pad, so I think we're okay with that.
Making me seem like I was crazy.
Go on to, we did the jail yesterday.
That's a deduction of 95,000.
Actually, it'd be a little more if you counted in FICA and PERF.
Yeah, well, true that. True that. Data processing, I believe this is one we can go ahead and be okay with. This is Jim. I mean, we're putting checks there. Done. All right, next, plan commission. Eileen's here.
Plan commission.
Plan commission. Eileen,
Emily's yapping.
we're on plan commission. Oh, I like negotiating chairs.
I'll let them explain.
Okay. Yeah. It's okay.
We were trying to grab that chair opportunity. We have duct tape, so we were.
They were asking if the chairs, sorry, I'll come up to the mic. They were asking me if the chairs stayed in my budget, me getting new chairs. They asked if I could possibly give them my chairs, my old ones, because they have chairs in their conference rooms that are duct taped together. So I said, if the council would let me donate and move them over to your office, and then whatever's left over I could sell. But
I mean,
because they were
good.
actually looking for money to get chairs as well.
there you go.
So, on the,
That's what we were discussing.
Okay.
so on the planning commission.
We're on page 25 for the plan commission.
Non-employee requests are actually negative 11,965. They've added that secretary, or asking to ask for that secretary position. We determined that currently, the salary is not being reimbursed by the city.
I
You sent that
forwarded,
email.
yeah, I sent you the email, that we talked about during the first,
Wednesday,
And
Wednesday evening, she,
I saw it, but
Yeah.
did it say what the number was? Does anyone remember the number? 20,000. 20,000.
and the way that I recall that is that the 20,000 was for the director's salary only.
Yeah.
And it was possibly talked about for a 2-year period. And that was it, but
Alan was here the other day, but, obviously we need to follow up on that. Let's assume we did, that's another 20K, so 20 plus the 30, or plus the 11, almost 12,000, so that's 32. That in essence pays for that secretary position.
Yeah.
Was the point of my,
And just in relation to the secretary position, a few things we wanted to kind of add in what we've already told you. It is a position where you do have to have a lot of knowledge about building code, about zoning. It's not just answer phone, take messages. They're helping the public. She is the first one that sees those building permit submissions, so she actually reviews the plans, gets those ready for the building commissioners, processes all the permits. We've had over 930 permits so far this year, so that's over 100 permits a month. So she processes all those. We have over 600 contractors that stay registered with us and re-register every year, turn in insurance, turn in bonds. So she does all that work, helps anyone that from the public that comes into our office at our front counter.
I misspoke, I said it was a new position, but it's shifting part-time to full-time.
Yeah. So, I mean, that position is doing a full-time workload in part-time hours. It's been vacant on and off throughout the years, I think because somebody that is working that is always kind of having their eye out for an eventual full-time position. So I think that causes our office to lose some of those people because they find that opportunity. The person we have in that position now is wonderful, doing a great job. We just got her in March. So that's another reason we want that to be full-time. We don't want to lose, when we do have a competent, wonderful person, we don't want to lose them when they find what they're looking for in a full-time job. People normally eventually want benefit as far as health insurance, and I understand that's an added expense. But, I mean, she does that full-time workload. She doesn't get a lunch. I've never even seen her take a break. So she scrunches that into those part-time hours, but doesn't receive any.
I would, Jim had a valid point, and I do want to ask, because if you look at these titles, you have it listed as secretary. We don't obviously have anything in the job titles, things that the study we did relative to this role, because it was listed as part-time. Then you do have a administrative assistant title, which they seem that in, the corporate world, that would be an overlapping thought. So is the title right?
Yeah.
Secretary?
Yeah. She does the secretarial work for the entire office, but like we said, mostly Tom. Administrative assistant, now we have moved some of those roles. In us having vacant positions, that position has taken over a lot more responsibility. We've had to designate someone basically as capable to step up in the director's absence and sign things, run things, be there in the case of the director's absence, and that is that administrative assistant person.
For the council, I don't think secretary is the correct category for this individual.
Well, if you say,
Maybe building commissioner assistant. I don't know how that would.
So
that is difficult. I held that position. I was the part-time secretary when I first started here 10 years ago. And it was, as Kylene mentioned, the first person who greeted people when they came in, answering the phones, getting them to the right person in the office that needed to get that information. But I needed to know all three parts of the office to manage that. But it was primarily serving the building commissioner because of the amount of permits that we take in.
I mean,
Those
so
contractor
dealing with
registrations.
the permits and all of that, what would they do in regards to that? They just don't shuffle the papers to the appropriate desk, correct? I mean, they get involved in,
Yeah, like Kylene mentioned, they're looking at those first off and checking zoning. Is it even in our jurisdiction? Because not every permit that walks through our door is our permit to handle. So they're reviewing that. They're taking a look at, setbacks. Are they trying to do farming in a non-farming zone? So they're the initial review before they then pass it on to the building commissioner to do his review and follow it through all the process.
And they're making sure they have everything turned in with their application. They have to turn in a site plan. They have to turn in a map. They have to turn in a building list of materials, making sure everything is complete with that application before then giving it to the building commissioner. And then, I mean, one permit could include one up to 5 or 6 inspections. So she's also scheduling each and every inspection for each and every permit.
I think we review the job descriptions and before we prior to approval, I think we should discuss that secretary. Well, one, we need one, a job description in general. I would review that title because I would actually review the administrative assistant title even more so, because if they are replacing or sitting in lieu of the executive director, that too, they're listed as a comment A. If their responsibility level is to sit in or speak for the executive director, that's way out of line. Not to mention you're asking for a much higher salary for them, I would guess, because their responsibility level is much higher than that.
Those are switched. The administrative assistant in the fee book, it's listed, or in the budget book, it's listed at $35,925. That is switched with principal planner. So the administrative assistant is currently $41,728. So we have asked all of it, except for building commissioner and secretary, we've done 5% for everyone, excluding myself, which we just left the same.
So the administrative assistant is listed in the 24 budget as 35,925.
Yes.
You're saying that's wrong?
Yes.
It was.
It's switched with the principal planner line.
And the principal planner should have been 35,925?
An administrative assistant is 41,728. Same thing with our planning tech and our community planner. Those are listed a little off because those are listed as previous employees' salary, not the base salary. So community planner should be 41,714. And then planning tech should, planning
I'm sorry,
tech.
31, say it again.
41.
41,714.
Yes. Community planner, 41,714. Planning tech, 35,949.
Is it 20?
Yeah.
35,940.
Yeah.
49.
So they're all we're asking for all of those at 5% increase across the board.
Okay.
So.
Okay.
Yeah,
well,
so
that makes a lot more sense.
our bottom total number there, that 44,160 is correct.
That you requested.
I would still say on the administrative assistant, that again is a misleading title.
Okay.
Assistant to the administrator, assistant to the director, assistant director would be something seemingly more in line. That's up for you guys to decide. I just think that you should look at.
And the reason we kind of had to approach that is, when Marta passed away, no one in our office was capable of, there was no guidelines as far as, okay, who's in charge now? Who can sign things? Who can submit these things that need to be
That's what this person now is.
signed by the director?
The second in
we
charge,
thought-
so to speak.
Yes, we thought it was crucial to do that because for a year, we were without a director for a full year with nobody's,
I would
Yeah,
consider you
nobody's
looking at that
guidance.
title then, because, and even the job description even says supervisor and direct personnel and what have you,
Okay.
so.
Yeah.
It just doesn't seem right.
And when we went through the job study, the first interview we had with the company was, it was, yeah, it was right when all this was happening.
Oh, okay, good.
I was still learning my original position and just kind of was like, okay, I'll review this, I'll make my own job description. I mean, it was, Marta had no input in that, so it was a difficult process.
Yeah, I understand that totally, okay.
Yeah.
That's what, I mean, so we have a minute to do that, so we should,
Okay.
in my opinion.
For the secretary position, one of the titles that's used in the job classification study is office assistant.
Okay, there you go, yeah.
Be more accurate.
And the common A category would be
Right, common A.
office
And-
assistant.
As requested here, the salary would be 31,250. That's below everyone else in the county. Question that. The other comment I would make, and I think I made it last year, is our son's an urban planner. And when he got his master's at Ball State, his first job, he was paid more than any of these planners right out of school. So the salary requests are modest indeed for the skill level that's required.
Okay, so as relative to what you just said, Bill, for that secretary slash whatever we call it, office assistant position, from a leveling and midpoint standpoint, I'm just gonna pull forward that office assistant numbers that are off the job.
The internal base is 34,980.
Oh, yeah, sorry, that,
What was it, 34?
34,984. And I echo what she said. I practiced a lot of zoning work, and that person was the first contact that I had and made sure that I had the proper documents, made suggestions on what needed to be done, helped me prepare notices that had to go out on a rezoning or a variance request. A lot of contact with that office assistant or secretary and the public.
And we had just gotten that 31,250 from HR as a base pay for when it was a full-time secretary. So that's where we got that number. Just,
just
The first go in there, so three.
okay.
All right, we good?
I am here. Is there any other funds?
That's
I
fine.
got a quick question on the secretary. What, the individuals currently in there, what are,
There is no secretary.
Oh, she's part-time.
Part-time.
Oh, okay. You're looking for the full
what
one.
are their background qualifications?
so the one we have currently or the job description?
Sure.
The one we have currently has a high school diploma. And we are molding her into a wonderful,
She does have some
secretary.
construction knowledge.
Yeah.
She did work for Five Star Roofing for a while and, does have family members who are in the construction business.
Mhm.
So she is at least, you know, when we're talking about framing inspections and footer inspections, she understood coming in what those things meant. So it helped with that training.
She has picked up on things extremely quickly. Like I said, we just got her in March. She's picked up on things extremely quickly. Has a wonderful work ethic. I don't believe she's ever called in, or been late. That's hard to find as well.
Mm-hmm.
That tends to go a lot farther than somebody who maybe has studied for years and years, yet is not a great employee.
All right, well, thank you.
Thank you.
Is there any questions on the building commissioner? Any
Um,
more?
clarifications we need to make on that?
I mean, in my records, and I'm sure Matt's already done the same thing too, we're just kind of keeping track of what the leveling number was, the internal leveling, and then the midpoint. And so, I mean, you do have him exceeding the midpoint quite a bit.
Yeah.
We
We base that, like I said, a lot of the building commissioner offices that are part of that study are not combined with the plan commission and not combined with the MPO. They are their own office
That's all they do.
with 7 employees. So yes, the main one may make this amount, but he also has 5 other, 6 other, 7 other people that make slightly below that. So
Ours
that's,
has,
ours has none.
Because every inspection, if you think about Cantac, 1 million square feet of construction, commercial construction, he did every single inspection there on his own, which meant he was there sometimes at 7 a.m. He was there on Saturdays and Sundays when they were pouring those footers because they had to pour and keep moving. They needed those inspections. He didn't have an electrical inspector that he could call on to go out and do those things. He did those all himself.
is that position?
No overtime, no comp time.
Is that the position hired by the commissioners or planning?
As of now, it's plan commission. Since they combined with plan commission, it's,
falls under your board.
yes, yes, yes. And just a reminder, as of the end of last month, building commissioner, has brought in a revenue of $81,864 just in permits alone. So that is just in permits alone. That 132% of 2024 budget of his salary and the part-time secretary. So the budget that we're proposing, if we were in that budget this year, we would be at 90% of it covered in August.
I didn't make any notes on line 390, other services and charges, $5,000.
It was, the live streaming.
Live stream, okay, thank you.
And on our fuel, operating supplies, fuel, 221, that was one that we had asked to increase. We would be okay with leaving that at 2,000 instead of the increase to 3,000.
Why is that?
Because we have been making do with it and we're very close, but if needed, we have had the option of moving some money from another line item to that one. So we think we would be able to move money around to cover that if we exceeded it.
Or reduce that one to 2,000. I do want to note too, with that addition of that secretary position, you did eliminate your part-time, so.
Yeah, that's why
That in
they're in the
mind.
negative.
And just for the council reminder, the 311 contractual, they raised it to $100 an hour, state suggestion on 311 contractual service.
Yeah. Yeah, we just looked at what we're paying him now. This is our attorney. What we're paying him now is, and I think he was being, gracious with he spends about 5 to 6 hours with us a month. I think he has to work on us a lot more than that. But he said about 5 or 6, so that's an average. He's getting about $80 per hour now. State minimum is 100 for an attorney. And then he normally will charge about $250 an hour. So we're sitting at 80.
I honestly don't think that 5,000 has changed for 20 years.
We looked back, we tried to find it. Where's his at? 210, or 210. I'm still my numbers. 2010, it was 5,000.
I think it was 5,000 before that.
Yeah, so if we lose him, we're gonna pay more than the 9 we're asking for now.
years.
All right, do we have anything else? All right, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
I was attorney for the Blackford County Plan Commission.
Did you?
They got money.
Hi, Kyle. Yes, we'll go back to you. That was such a happy smile and wave.
Let's keep it that way.
Page are you on? Two? The 19? All right.
You get an increase last year,
An increase in what?
salary.
Just whatever the blanket was, I think.
Nothing.
I got a bigger increase back in 2020 when my office kind of shifted, when I lost my employee and we were under a hiring freeze. So I had to kind of reorganize my office. And so I put 10,000 of that position's salary into mine since I took over more than 10% of the other person's duties.
Next year, add that employee back.
That's the plan.
Really, the only thing that I see increased is your paint whatever.
Right. And that was because the bill went up. So
That was up to you to do.
no, that's the base amount of software that we need. And that's for every office that uses GIS. It's not just for my department. So
I don't have anything.
All right. I think we're good.
thank
Thank you. Okay. Do we really have anything on drainage board? So the only increase there was the recording of the meetings, because they like having those in here. It's a better setting for them, so they added that videography into their EMA.
That's the 1,800.
Yeah. You really had nothing other than the salaries, right?
Correct.
And overtime.
Yes, so if we get the salaries that we need, so obviously the deputy director would need to go up to the 58,656. Then you can take 20,000 from our overtime because we wouldn't need as much because the deputy director would be at that threshold. And I would be the only one that would get overtime. And 10,000 would be
That sounds like a
plenty.
savings.
What?
I said, that sounds like a savings.
And I mean, I think 10,000 would be plenty for
Mhm.
me. You would probably get more at the end of the year, but with this being the first time, we would have no idea, if knock on wood, a couple of storms come up, one in December, I wouldn't take comp time because you can't use it type thing. So
How much overtime did you all, you probably don't even know off the top of your head, maybe, like with the storm that went through Selma, that kept everyone,
Kyle, let me grab Kyle. Do you remember how much overtime we did that? We did all that paperwork and submitted it, but I don't remember.
top of your head?
I mean, it was like 4 or 5 days
I was gonna say, like, it was significant, I'm sure.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, that's all it takes, right, is one event.
Right.
For the director, the director of, the leveling is 69,506, and the I just left leveling at the salary. Midpoint was 79,932. Oh, thank
Okay, for what? EMA?
you. Director,
I thought we put it in mids.
you did.
Okay.
You put in 650. And
Yeah.
I only had a mid. 59,506.
I got it.
You're saying if we were to increase that one, keep that number. Yep.
Deputy director up there.
It's an increase of $154.
I also not, I guess I'm a little unclear on, these, why she's only a K. And it says finance officer in your title, what does that mean?
So I take care of all the finances for EMA. Yeah, and if there's a disaster, and that's my job.
Yeah.
Financial section chief is kind of title there too.
What'd you move the numbers to?
We didn't move anything. I just made a note that it was $154 off from being at that FLA.
I mean, in my opinion, you ought to increase it to 154, and she said you reduce overtime by 20,000.
See with them.
Yeah.
Okay.
So it goes to
Know what the
15.
rest of the council pleasure is. That seems like
And that's what I was,
Pretty good.
that's the note that I had in my, I mean, we can go ahead and do that.
So it's 58 what? 9?
656.
Is part-time down to 10.
What are we marking?
We, increased a 102 and made it 58,656, which is an increase of 154.
Okay.
And we decreased part-time by 20,000.
Overtime.
I mean, part-time, sorry.
Oh.
Overtime, which is line 126.
Okay,
By 20 to leave 10,000.
And remember, you get the $65,000 salary reimbursement as well.
Both of those?
It's just one, it's just a blanket. It used to be like half of all the salaries. Now they do it where they just give you one lump sum for all three of your salaries.
Anything else?
I don't think so. Oh, all right, thank you.
Thank you.
We did commissioners this morning. EMS.
All right. We've completed the assessment.
Uh-huh, yeah, we didn't do anything there, so he's good.
787. Million,
Put that on?
utilities for the.
Hey,
commissioners,
Sarah,
I just,
when we get done with,
Well, actually, can we
EMS.
just do it right now? She's gonna leave. Go ahead, can you pause you for a minute? Going back to the hot seat there.
We'll come right back to you, yeah, we've got a,
Just got all my stuff spread out.
I'm sorry.
It's all right, I was getting
there.
Oh, my stuff up.
question would be on utilities last year, and of course, this could be because of all the number adjustments, and last year, it looks like utilities were budgeted 787,500, and this year you have 1,013,212. I'm doing my math correct, that's $225,000 plus.
What are you including in that?
Well, I took from page 29, starting at
Say
351.
on those ones, I'm pretty sure we did more than 10% on those.
101, 212.
I'm talking about 351 to
Yeah,
358.
Yeah,
Yeah.
okay. I was looking at the wrong.
Be more like 30.
Right, that's
Any of this, like, I mean, when is construction complete of the new rehabilitation center? Is it done next year, or do we think it's
I
gonna
think
take
that's
all?
what they're planning on, but I wouldn't know for certain. I can find out though.
I mean, at some
they
point
have
we'll
a better
their
estimate.
utilities to add in.
I was just,
I don't,
they told me to raise it 30%, so I don't really
no,
have
I would
like a
agree with that,
good
but
answer for that right now, but I can try and get you more information.
No, I think the question is, it's a 787,500 to $1 million, and when you spread them all out, if you calculate them up, they're $1 million plus. We're saying that we got a $250,000 increase in utilities.
I can't remember if that was for the building or.
you've got up, at town and possibility coming back. Yeah. And that's a new building included. Okay.
I'm pretty sure, yeah, I did like some transfers and stuff and then, yeah, so.
Could they just go back and look at it again and?
Yeah, do you mind just kind of pulling those numbers and like coming back with how you calculated that? Like, I know if it is, like, what were the calculations for the new rehabilitation center or whatever, that would be helpful.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Was there an analysis done about having that? About the capital cost to be changed out light to, in terms of utility reduction. Like dreaming that, I mean, I thought there was a conversation, maybe it was relative to the
Rob?
Justice Center.
We actually are still paying our bond that took place back in, was 2000, yeah,
Guaranteed savings.
They did a
Right.
study.
they did that, lights, heating and air and all that stuff. It's like 1.4 million or something like that.
To swap stuff out and do whatever.
Yeah, that's
So we
when
did
you
have this
walk into
conversation,
the offices and the lights are off, they automatically turn on, they install those type of things.
Right.
Guaranteed that you would save money by doing that.
How long ago was that?
Before I came,
It was big in the.
like
around-
13, 14 maybe.
Yeah.
I'd say a good
10
10
years ago.
years.
10 years?
So there was that stayed in and someone hired to do it, so.
Oh, you spend $1 million a year.
All right. If you could just get that, like, calculation for us. Sure. That'd be helpful. Yep. All right, now for real EMS.
Sorry, can I ask you for one more favor?
Oh my gosh.
Which is, how long has that Justice Center been open?
It opened in 2020, didn't it? 21?
21, 3 years? Roughly. Yeah. Is there any way to get like a 5-year, in the previous 5 years, utility costs and what they've been since, 2015, 2016?
Just the jail or everything?
Everything.
Yeah.
Yeah, everything's fine, yeah.
You said for 5 years?
The past 5 years, yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you.
All right, for real, for real, for real.
One more time. Your party.
I promise,
now.
for real, for real. Was that overtime pay going up just based on the salaries?
Yes.
Okay.
So I struggled with this horribly, and I kind of briefly talked to Matt about what direction to go with this request this year. And we started out with the 10% across the board because that was going to bring our medics in line where they needed to be, and, bring everybody up 10%. But then I get the job study. That's when I started struggling with it because it showed our EMTs kind of way behind.
Yeah.
I'm not sure where they got the numbers at. Because it's a hard thing to survey around here. You've got fire department, which you really can't, that's hard to compare to us because they're firefighter, right? Two things, totally different pension plan, everything. Then you got, counties that have, some full-time, some part-time, like Day County. You got Blackford County that's ran by IU Health. You got Grant County that's ran by the hospital. The closest thing I got to compare to is Henry County. We run things real similar. In fact, most of their people down there, a good 3/4 of them came from here over the years. So I decided to leave it at the 10% instead of going to the mid-range on the EMTs and stuff, because I don't think they took into account that by going to the mid-range and adding 10% to their salaries, the way we pay our structure, it's gonna bring them up, like their W-2 form is gonna reflect at the end of the year, that mid-range, okay?
That being said, we got caught up a couple of years ago, got into competitive range. We're starting to fade back. I just had a good conversation with my good friend down at Henry County. And somebody asked me how they were gonna get the $80,000 within 3 years. They initiated the EMS lift. So paramedics right now, today, are making about 3,000 less than us. Starting in 24 or 25, they're gonna jump to 65,000. Getting a 15% raise. Then they negotiated a contract through this split thing that they got with the city, and they're gonna get about 9% up through 27 a year. They're EMTs and they're medics, and that's how they're paying.
They got a combined service?
Nope, they're like us, county EMS,
Why was the city paying them?
because they're under the mayor, we're under the commission. They're a city county, they run the whole county. Like,
That's
we
what I-
used to take care of the whole city
Yeah,
and
that's what I
everything.
thought.
Yeah,
That's
except we're
what-
ran by the county, they fall under the city. So, I'm just telling you where somebody had asked me that question, that's the answer. So, anyway, if that's why I kept this at the 10% range, because it kinda underestimated the medics on this job study thing and kinda overestimated not really overestimated the EMTs, but, I don't think it took into account how they're paid. So if the medics go up to 10% we were asking for, that'll put them within $10 of Henry County. Just try and be competitive. And believe me, we can't. We're struggling finding people. So luckily I've got people going to school from within. So that I think are gonna stay with. Unless they can drive 20 minutes and make, 10 grand more, so.
One EMT here, line 137 was only a 3% increase.
Those whole percentage lines are crazy, because if you remember, it gave me a 14% raise and I didn't ask for that, so I don't know how that got calculated in the thing. Where that came from. But if you look, it says 3%, but if you slide over, the budget amounts the
His
same.
salary is higher. They're at 45,495, not 42,495, according to.
Typed in wrong, maybe?
Yeah, it must be because the total's right. In the far right line, final budget line,
Mhm.
it's the same as the one below it, below it that says 10%. So I kinda stopped looking at those. I just gotta
Maybe
make,
that 137 was just keyed in a 5 instead of a 2.
yeah, it was just some of these.
Well, was that one,
There's others that are that way too. They're,
No, that's what I'm saying.
137 EMT that became advanced EMT?
Hold on, I gotta see who that is.
Oh, yeah, you're right. Yeah, maybe.
Or anything you don't remember, Emily?
That's why I get.
Like a savant over there. I know. Where'd he go for the, like fucking Rain Man over there?
There's-
137 is still an EMT. Not advanced.
is there, what is their actual 24?
42,495 is an EMT.
Okay, so there's a few EMTs that I think are at 40. Let me double check.
We relabeled these last year. It was that could be the,
So it's just that one, okay, well,
it could be, I mean, we went through and tried to clean all that up last year, because used to it just said EMT without the advanced part, but the pay difference was there, so
Yeah,
we tried to
so-
label,
But their balance also represents a 45,495.
yeah, there's $3,000 more for advanced EMT than the EMT.
No, on the 137 line.
I know, that's what I'm saying, it might be mislabeled as.
Oh, you
maybe
just said it
should-
wasn't.
137 is an EMT,
Not an advanced.
not an advanced EMT. 137 is an EMT paid at base 42,495.
That doesn't seem to be what
But-
they're paying.
But on the, it's because of the relabeling that we had to do last year after the budget was finalized, we went back and relabeled some stuff. So there was some confusion in there and has been confusion all year when it comes to who is who, which is why on this new budget for 25, everyone is classified exactly as they're supposed to.
So we need to adjust the 24 budget column for 137 from 145.
But what Keith and I are seeing is that he's been paid, the balance is 24,248, which is the same as any of the other advance. So they have earned that money. 40
137
495
is he's a basic EMT. He gets
is
paid
what
like
I think Keith is
16.
seeing too, right? Yeah. So it may be mislabeled, but they may be making more.
He's not been paid more. I pay him exactly what he's supposed to be paid.
They've been switched from 121.
16 something every bi-week.
121 or 122?
On 137, I have that individual is an advanced EMT. Somebody put that information in.
No, she,
It's,
Last year's notes that I made, and I know we worked on them, I remember working on them. And there was a few that we had to go over like in the end and everything. So my notes from last year, originally, this person read paramedic, like in the original. It was an A 137. Then I have advanced EMT, now B 137. Then I went to B 137, which did read paramedic. So then it read advanced EMT, and the amount that was put in for that budget was 5,495.
right. But for the 25, it is going to be an EMT.
At 42.
Well,
Okay, okay.
No,
I'm
at
thinking
42 is their base salary right now.
right now, so you're just adding to it your percentage or whatever.
Because
making
we
it the
had some
46,
changes in things where we had EMTs,
Oh.
we were going through EMTs, then we had advanced EMTs. So we just left it instead of piddling with it every 5 months of saying, Tanya, we change it. I left it at advanced.
So we got it, okay.
That's why there's a 3% increase showing in the
well, that
column.
took us a long time to get.
I can't understand why anybody's confused about this.
All right, I know, it's clear as mud, right?
There's only 34 kids here to worry about. So,
Yes, I have a lot of
Yep.
notes.
Honestly, at the end of the day, there may be in a different, they may be in a medic spot and they're not. They don't get paid medic, they get paid. It just depends on what spot I have open and who we
Yeah.
hire.
Okay.
yeah, we
And-
have
and
to
based
do it
on
that
who
way.
you hired,
Yes.
then you drop
Change
them
the
to
pay, yeah.
42,
So you may have a
495
couple
rather
medic
than-
lines
I mean,
that you're
my
gonna
budgeted
get.
at 45,
Yeah.
but you're not.
Okay.
Yeah.
That
You'll
makes
see
more
an
sense.
EMT in a 59, and
All
you're gonna
right.
get money back at the end of the year because they were paid at 45.
And that's part of the turnover. I mean, we got guys that just got out of school. That's why we're asking 3 of these lines to be up for $80,000. They just got out of school, so.
Hey, other questions?
This all came from overtime. All right, let's see.
That was the original question.
It was.
Because you said OT goes up if salaries go up.
Yeah, because of the halftime rate that are built in. It's never been funded where it needs to be. Honestly, we always have to find money, but we've always found our own money to get there,
Yeah.
so.
All the utilities match up. What was the increase for your contractual service?
The $5,000. So, the reason we cut that down from like 120 and ended up about 95, but,
Yeah.
I'm working with the commissioners right now to try to raise our rate to match the House Bill 1385, where, private insurance has to pay 400% above Medicare rate. If that happens, we've got to raise our rate to capture those funds. And I just got back, I'd sent Matt the email I got back from my billing company, and they estimate, based on the calls we're taking right now, we could capture another $400,000 in revenue. So, but I pay them 5.4% for billing, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's gonna cut me close to $100,000
Okay.
off. plus there's a few other things we pay for that, to that company. Not very much, but pretty much 5.4%. So if we do capture that money, we're gonna have to pay that 5%.
Yeah.
You know,
Of
billing.
the, of the 400K you could increase, you could bring back in.
Yeah.
That's
I mean,
5%.
it's a good thing that I'm asking for that line to go up, because
I
that's
mean, I like that answer, yeah.
our revenue,
Yeah.
so.
Increase the revenue is always great.
Is that reflected in our miscellaneous our Form 2,
It's not anticipated for,
2025?
no, because because until we get those rates raised, our anticipated revenue right now is 1.4. If this all goes through and works the way it's supposed to, it'll go up to 1.8. But I'm not making that promise, I'm just telling you where we're at,
Right.
working on it, so.
All right. Do you have anything else for EMS?
I got something else. too.
Oh, what do you have for us?
So this educational incentive pay line, that seems to be a sticking point. for the
Yeah.
board. What do you guys wanna do with it? I put it there because it's in the manual, or it's in the county policy. I didn't put it in the county policy, I'm just trying to do my job and live by county policy. Seems to be a lot of different interpretations. I don't feel like my job to stand up here and act like a county attorney and deal with you think what. So I will honor your wishes at this point. I just don't think it's gonna go away. I
We
just
asked you
don't
to
know.
come back a budget, right? You did that. And, I mean, it said it was, I was reading it, I believe like you were, like if you have those certifications, you qualify. And we're getting nods from how the sheriff's department handles it, so,
One of the few that never had that built in. And I don't know if that's why that was put in to kind of fill in the blank from the other. They do it at 911,
yeah.
so
If it's in our handbook,
it is.
I feel like that's our policy.
We don't our policy.
Yeah.
And it says have
Obtaining or,
painting or anything. If they come in and they have it, they are, the way I read.
That's the way I read it, but I mean, that's what I'm saying. I didn't want it to be a big argument thing or nothing. I just trying to do,
Go to the smart one at the end is all I got, if he's read it.
because I came here once, and everybody gave me the death look, and I was like, I'm not going there, so I just withdrew my thing.
You get used to that after
Well, I know that,
from
I know it,
us.
but I knew when to stop, so I did, and just withdrew it until budget time, when it could be officially done and all that. So I just don't want it to be a big sticking point. If
Bill, have you read it? The policy? I saw it one time, I don't, do you have that?
Yep.
It would, in the,
I had that on top at the beginning, but then I had to
oh,
sit
you
down.
handed it to
Okay.
me earlier.
I have a question, and I'm sorry, I was talking to Elizabeth about something, I may have missed it, and he may have been talking about it. I know last year you got Medicare reimbursement. Is that an amount we're getting this year? Last year it was 42,992.
It's good, it's about, I mean, it's dollars off from being the exact same total. And I don't believe we've got it. I got a letter saying that it was coming, but it doesn't tell me a date. It just says, hey, when we deposit it, we deposit it.
Do you think it'll be this year?
It will be. If it's not come already, it will be here by October.
You don't get a deposit.
So that's 43,000 revenue did you already include that on your form too?
I did not include that because when
That
we
would be
did our
additional.
anticipated revenue,
So my
I had
suggestion
not got
is
that total yet.
they'll probably
So that
shoot
is
me, but
additional.
Create a separate fund,
If they hear
council
me,
appropriates the money and puts it in there, so when these come up,
42,992.
we can then move that money from that fund into that department. So the department gets charged for it, but the employee gets the money, so they don't have to wait or get a separate appropriation. It's in the manual, it says will.
I think it's discontinuous operations employees, not everybody. If they complete the college, university, or active National Guard reserve duty, they will receive the additional pay. The burden's on the employee, though. The incentive is processed within 60 days of the director or chief receiving, the necessary paper, the burden's on the employee to. I like his idea of creating a fund draw where all the departments can draw.
What do you have to do to
How do
make
we
that
fund it
happen?
initially?
Yeah.
Appropriate the money, we can create a fund. We're going to work on it. Right. Just decide how much you want to put in there, and we'll work on figuring out how to set the fund.
But it, under salaries, where's that at? I'm sorry?
Mm-hmm.
It is to be included in their salary. It's divided by 52, paid out with their salary. Actually, a salary adjustment. How you doing?
And if you want.
Is that what education, no? Yeah, I see it. Is education certification schooling also one, the same thing?
Yeah.
That's
That's
different?
going to
That
school.
is, there are some offices that actually go to a conference per se.
Okay.
Where they get a certificate of some sort or something like that. That is for those.
Okay. So
Rather
taking
than
that
the
out,
normal conference
there's
and
5, 911, general, 911 statewide, sheriff, jail, and now EMS, the total $70,000 for 2025. So the point that you're saying that take that 70K, fund it into a
Do
separate
that, or just, since they've already gotten their budget,
educational incentive pay. Leave it
put
at
in their budget,
136.
and approve it, and as long as they, the employee commits paperwork timely and.
Pass the least resistance right now, yeah.
So back when I originally came, I kinda had an idea how many had, but I've lost a couple of military people since then, and don't think there's a lot. But that can change, and
Yeah,
you
sure.
hire someone.
You never know who you hire.
Yeah, so I'm gonna
All
have
right,
to
so we're
canvass.
gonna leave that in for this year, and then we'll address this, look at it.
As long as you
again
guys are
next
happy
time.
about it, I just want you to be happy.
Okay.
So, I'll be on.
Mike, are you saying that 10,000 then is an overestimate, or is that a fair guess, right?
It could be, it's our best. And you know what? We can canvass, find out we don't need it, give it back to you at the council.
Yeah, but it's ours.
So we gotta keep pushing there, right? So, but we're talking $25 to $60 a piece. Depending on what you got. That's for the mill. The other thing I wanted to bring up was, there was some discussion about stipends. May have been more, Ryan, I'm not sure.
He's part of watching, so.
Okay, hi Ryan. So we've got a stipends line that we never had before because of the new layout. But that is our officers' pay. So it's not bonus pay, it's like captains get their portion and lieutenants get their. The reason that's in a separate line is because one of those guys leaves, whatever, we don't have to change a whole pay line. That stipend just goes to the next guy that fills in.
What'd you actually call it?
It's line,
Lieutenant
it's,
captain pay.
Thank you.
yeah, it's line 135.
Yeah.
So the point is that you've got a very strict stipulation of who receives that and their title associated with that.
Yeah,
They
three
leave,
captains, 3
You know,
lieutenants.
you
or
lose a
6
captain,
lieutenants.
it doesn't get paid out.
Strictly for the
And while you guys were discussing or learning about the incentive pay, I discussed with them, last year they received a revenue reimbursement from Medicare of $49.92, and she said that she is expecting that again this year, right around the same amount of money, so 43,000 coming in this year for that. That was not already included in the revenue, the additional revenue.
Comes in like October, is that right?
Yeah, it's around this time of year.
Again, last year was 42,
42,990. You said it's like right there.
We're- I think we're gonna be pretty stable on that amount now, that we've been 3 years now, new changes, so. But they're increasing their rate too, so that helps, so.
Yeah.
Yeah, next year.
Okay.
Okay.
Come through, Blue and Company.
I'd really like you guys to think about this EMS, but never tapped anything like that, between that, and our revenues. Take a lot of burden off of county general all the way around.
What's your capital fund? What's the number?
Right now, today,
No, what's the actual fund number?
49.
4910.
49? Here it is.
What's your total show?
Well, I don't have it. I only have the end of 23 balance. It's 409.
And we're down to 259 fund. Came to you last
So I was
month.
gonna say,
got all the stuff.
after that appropriation,
Okay.
you were talking about having
And there's an
another,
EMS pension supplement fund that's covering what?
457 account.
4907.
Retirement. Other than for,
I don't have,
I don't put a total of that on there because it's,
that's her.
yeah. I don't ever keep it's just, money goes in and money comes out.
Mhm.
It's the checks that are sent to John Hancock for, our 457 retirement.
Yeah, but there's $500,000 in it. I assume that's just gathering over time.
Yes.
oh,
All right, so the overall
Gotcha,
non-employee,
gotcha.
including overtime though. You're up 69,900 of non-employee related increases. 50 of that is overtime. 10 of that is the incentive pay. That's 60 of it. So you're really about even.
We stayed pretty much like last year. I mean, I only had 2% of my budget left last year, I think 50,000. So we're doing pretty good this year. You might get a little more back, but I got no crystal ball and 4 months to go with 4 stations. So,
Thank you. And
Yeah.
good?
Yep, we're
Okay,
good.
thank you.
thank you.
All right, we only have one left from County General, and that is us. Page 32.
On line 311, we took out, money to move to professional services, but the contractual services is where we pay the attorney.
Yeah,
And we only left 16 in there,
Ben and I talked about that yesterday, so,
he's at 17,750.
yeah. So we need to adjust those.
I put 1750 back in there.
Where's that at? 17,750.
1,750.
Right,
Line
the total.
311.
Totally.
Okay, so
We take that out of professional service.
okay, so we're making contractual services 17. What was that number?
17,750.
750.
We're pulling out professional.
So we become 33,250.
33,250. All right, figure, let's drop that, I feel like everyone's done a pretty good job of adjusting their own salaries. You wanna drop that one down to like 100,000 for now? To give us some wiggle room while we figure out salaries?
Yes.
Okay, Got that.
You want to go over our budget?
Oh, yeah, I forgot. Yeah, we'll do yours after us, and then we'll break for lunch. I dropped that million down to 100,000. And office supply stuff, it's pretty minimal, but you need to have those we're gonna have new council members, we'll have new plates to buy. We have books to buy, and then, I mean, really, we can just figure out what we wanna do with these conference and training, and I feel like everyone has good computer plans, we can probably drop that 4,000 again. I'll cut that out,
Oh, does that cover the live stream too?
in the professional services,
Or, oh,
cause we don't have like a contract.
So you want to drop out the
The
536
Yeah,
or 4,000?
yeah.
sorry, what was it?
That was just like our emergency for
I'm sorry.
computers.
I'm sorry, I'm trying to follow along. 536, how much are we dropping?
All of it,
All of
cut it.
How'd we come up with the food and lodging estimate? Is that something that used to be in there, or?
They've broken it all out, right?
Well, yeah, but we really didn't have a budget for,
National
like when we go to the statewide conference, that one we all spend the night, right? You go down on Friday. We don't all, whoever can attend spends the night. This year so far, Matt and I haven't even turned in reimbursements. We just paid our own lodging and whatnot, but, I mean, I'm okay with cutting the
I'm
food
just,
and
a question, I don't have
lodging.
an opinion one way or the other, I haven't been to a conference this year. but-
Yeah,
and
Me too.
just so it's there. I mean, we also have the option, it sounds like with that elected officials training, if it's AIC or SBOA or whatever. So,
Okay. I make,
have any other questions about this budget?
we took out 904,000.
I don't know how much we took out. I can tell you what we have on.
It was 904,000.
My dad always said, I don't care how much is off, how much is on.
538, 640.
But yep, that's what I have. Beautiful. All right, now we'll go back to the auditors and then we'll break for lunch. Yeah. Page 6.
Are you ready? We went over a lot of our budget yesterday. I'll probably go back to a few of the items that there were questions about. I want to start off with the contractual. Bill, I think you had a question about Baker Tilly and how much money we're busting there.
Right.
I actually talked to Baker Tilly again this morning. Although they couldn't give me the precise amount, we want to reduce that by 25,000.
We'll take it.
Contractual services.
Correct.
So that makes it what, 198?
We appreciate their input, that's good.
Well, we'll come up with a couple of ideas on how to hopefully reduce the time, but if it works.
198 was the number, right? Okay. That's helpful.
And then there was a discussion about, I apologize, I went here yesterday because I had to have a semi-emergency, and I guess I can go into that. But yesterday I got a phone call from, in reference to a grant, money we received from the state, in reference to the opioid funds.
For what fund?
Opioid, we received a settlement The opioid, so this occurred back about 3 years ago. And we started receiving money, as I suppose, like $3 million. And that's so far received 1.3 million. That grant's, we've done nothing with that grant. There's been no money spent. There's not even a plan to use it. So this is part of the reason I'm requesting for a grant writer and someone to administer these grants, because these monies are sitting in the bank account, sitting in funds, and there's not even a plan to use it. That's just one example. That happened yesterday, I couldn't be here.
What is that?
Dollars
Sitting in
in a fund.
with no plan to use it. And we're gonna get another $1.7 million, and at the, I mean, it's gonna be there for 10 years if we don't use it, and then they'll take it back, it'll be gone. At the rate we're going, we'll end up losing it.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's not the only one that is, hey, zero dispersed 2023.
Well, neither I go.
Opioid restricted opioid,
There's multiple funds related to that.
There's restricted and unrestricted.
Emily could speak.
I was gonna say, they asked me about that because it said it was opioid courts. It's so hard to say.
Well,
In their notes, there was a note, but I remember this coming, like getting that we were getting this money, and I'm like, I'm pretty sure that has to do something with BCCC. So I called Jane. No, she's like, this is when John Brook was heading it up for the commissioners, and they were saying that we had to have we could do certain things as long as it fell underneath criteria, and all of her project ideas did not, or things within her programming didn't fall in that criteria for the opioid settlement monies. But then I thought, oh, well, we didn't have anything in the court for that, so I thought maybe probation, DCCC, and those kinds of programming was utilizing that money, because I hadn't heard anything since. But if no money's been dispersed out of that account, then I'm assuming nothing's happened, they can't figure out what to do with it. I
didn't read the entire grant,
don't know.
but I can tell you the portion I read, we don't have anything in place to even start using.
Immediately, I think of Jeff Hansard's program is something.
Yes,
Immediately, I think of our new, mental health.
but I was just saying, like, the last I heard, I think John Brook was working on that, but it was a couple years ago.
treatment programs, prevention, recovery support, harm reduction.
Yes, and Jeff had harm
Justice
reduction stuff.
initiatives into treatment and
Every
recovery.
cafe is working.
Funding drug court or judicial initiatives.
Yep.
Coroner. I've never.
Yeah.
Resources for law enforcement, EMS,
I didn't know
other
it
first
was out
responders,
yesterday afternoon.
public health
Yeah,
campaigns.
I thought it had been spearheaded, but that's what I remember is John Brook was working on it. It must have got dropped at some point. I don't.
So my point being, this is just one of several reasons that we're requesting you to appropriate, approve a new position to handle these type of funds and grants. Because it's,
I campaigned for it last year, but which did what we had to do. I'm still campaigning,
So let's play out this scenario.
but we gotta have.
You know, I like to do that. Obviously. Sorry, Dan.
Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
Well, the question, several of us, is how much grant money we get, what to put in the budget.
Yeah, because this is an extreme example, but like, in this case, would that person be responsible for getting with the sheriff, getting with public health, getting with the court and what have you, and figuring out how to best distribute that money?
well, if you're talking about just this specific grant, they would read the grant and decide, where it could be used and reach out to those departments, et cetera. That's just one example. Each grant's different. That's part of the
What
reason.
does this grant fall under? Like, who's actually responsible for it? Whose budget?
It fell in my lap.
It's in the general.
Right here, it's in 1237,
There's a
1238,
fund
right on
set
my
up.
little list I've been dredging. every dollar from.
The commissioners had to set up funds.
Right. There's an ordinance that was passed, it was created, it was approved, and we actually, I think it was Clash last week, we joined with the AG back in 19 or 20, and I mean, we got all the documents. It's just, it stopped. Nothing's being done with it. And if we don't have someone leading and, you know, giving some direction and trying to get this done, but that's just one of the few.
Pam, could I borrow you for one more second? Can I ask one more favor? Open up the last, from my back.
I know you raised a question about whether it's enough. I don't think it's enough, personally. I know Henry County hired one. They actually funded for 2 years out of the ARP money was $85,000 a year. I don't know where that position stands now, but that's where they start off with. I was asked by a few of you if I've got someone in mind. I don't. At this point, I know I've been working with a professor at Ball State, and we've had interns that turned out really well. And my thoughts were to go to him and see if I can find a couple interns that are soon to graduate and see how they work out, or kind of a job interview, but they're interns, see how they work out, and bring them on board. But
I'll advance the philosophy I expressed with the CASA attorney. I'm starting new. Do we just jump in with a full-time employee and they go before we really know how the position is going to work? Should we look at bringing someone in just on maybe a half-time basis? Say, learn the office, learn the county finances, learn, what you need to learn, and then come back and tell us what you think you can do.
I don't necessarily disagree with that logic. I do think in this case, you may have expended a year of time with somebody who long-term isn't the best solution. That's also, you know what I mean?
They have, but you only spent half the money, so it is also worse.
If you find somebody that has the background and has the experience and can prove their abilities, I think you're better off trying to grab somebody like that that's already in the field, they're already experienced, they already have the connections, they already are doing.
I'm skeptical if such a person exists. This seems to me to be a
You have
pretty unique,
to advertise and get that person.
pretty unique position. I think this is something that's tailored to a very specific set of opportunities within the county. I don't know that person.
But that was also part of the discussion point I brought up yesterday about if it's halftime, can we share it? Does somebody else exist and they work for the city? Do they work for sanitary, other places that are writing grants? And there's tons of nonprofits in this town that have,
Absolutely. In reference to
grant writers.
what Ms. Carroll said, if you get an intern, you can kind of weed some out, weed some in, and there's not a lot of money.
Or you say, hey, here's 50,000, if you can write some grants and you get any increase you can get out of a grant to your salary.
I'm open to anything to fix the problem.
What was that, Tim?
Right now, we have a problem, and it's not fixed with what we've got.
Yeah. Well, the big part is the
My
compliance of it,
perspective
right?
is I wouldn't look at this 50,000 as being a salary that we're gonna offer them. I would look at it as being a fund that we can use to bring someone in, an intern, part-time, contractual services, to bring someone in to explore the opportunity.
I think
It might be 20,000, it might be 49,900. I don't know how much we'd spend on it.
I'd have to disagree. I think you get what you pay for. I think if you want somebody on the low end, that's going to basically learn the job when there's hundreds of thousands of dollars out there that somebody experienced can grab for us.
I don't think we're asking somebody to learn the job. I think we're asking somebody to create the job. We don't have a job to learn.
But a lot of this is the compliance aspect of it. It's not all just the grant writing. I mean, you gotta get everything under control first and managed and.
Somebody that's already experienced already has all that background.
Well, the client's on ours, like understanding, you know, all the moving parts and what we need to be doing to stay in compliance, to
help us
get
out.
the
What do we need?
grant, to get,
We need a body first. I think if this body's willing to invest in having a full-time person, that's what we need to do. And that should be 85,000, because Henry County, they're a much smaller county, and that's what they adopted.
What about Matt's idea of trying to find somebody locally, if we can, and share that responsibility with somebody who's already working for the city or
I'm not opposed to trying to negotiate some contracts and agreements with whether business or Muncie or any other cities, towns.
We maybe ask, name out there, but no, we don't know Judge Fisher, see what he thinks about it. Because, I mean, he's the one that gets it. His place is responsible for
Sure.
it. Maybe we can get suggestions from him.
you get a hold of people down in Henry County, find out
And
how
then-
things are going down.
I mean, I don't
That
think,
was my next.
I don't think I'd be urging a college student to start with 85,000.
No,
I'd be looking for someone with seasoned, got experience.
well, and that was my point to. And it's not somebody you already have.
There's no one in mind.
I have no one in mind, right?
And that was my reference to you saying maybe find somebody and figure it out, was your idea for an intern would somewhat fulfill that.
I'm willing to leave this in here. You know, where we are, we don't
Yeah,
know
I
exactly
agree
where
with
we
that.
are.
But we, rightfully so, I think, have a question. It refers back to what we end up getting when we have enough to get a grant writer, don't have an intern that try to weed out.
We haven't taken out any new employees yet, memory,
No, not yet.
so I'd leave it in here.
I agree. Besides that, Ed, did you have any other opportunities for cuts?
Cuts?
Yeah, do you have any for us?
I'm in a position to negotiate, how's that? So the subject of deputy chief and whether it was exempt or not exempt came up yesterday, or whether it's even included. And unfortunately, I wasn't here, but I did listen to Ben's statement. And I understand that, but I think over the last 50 years, those positions have changed a lot. And I'll give some examples. So, years in the past, and Bill, you can probably test this more than I can, those chief deputies really played more of a political role in the office than they do today. Generally speaking, the chief deputies today not only manage the staff, but they also perform critical functions within those offices. And if those critical roles aren't fulfilled, you're going to have to hire a person to do it. So they're essentially doing two people's job. And I'm not seeing chief deputies playing a political role and pouring big favors, or what you call it, playing that role that I seen years ago. So I think that definition that came up from Ben yesterday was excluded. I understand it. I understand why it's there, and in some cases it's there outside of this county. But since I've been in government here since 17, that's not what I've seen. And I've seen it go more from that being excluded more towards the other area of the status of being exempt. So I wanted to put that in because it does make a big difference on what I suggest we use for our budget. In our budget, we put in a couple line items, and one was the overtime of here, $15,000 in overtime, and also $10,000 in part-time. The reason that's there is because I know the amount of hours that Tanya's worked, and if she's not brought up to that status, excluding the exclusion, if she's not made that type of employee making $58,000 a year, we'll burn up that money, and she'll try to make more. So I guess what I'm saying, I'm willing to reduce those, but that was my insurance to make sure she was compensated, because by law, we're required to pay them. We don't have an option. Question is, how do we pay them? And that depends on their job classification.
I don't disagree with you that our chief deputies are more of a professional position than they were back in the bad old days. But I think any new elected office holder is going to expect that they have the right to appoint their chief deputy. They're not going to be able to fire the whole office staff and replace them with their friends and neighbors. But that chief deputy position, I think any court would hold is they have the right to make their own selection of that position. And under that definition that Ben read, to me, that it's not that we're doing anything. By that definition, it excludes them from the operation of the Fair Labor Standards Act.
But there are other language in there that he mentioned besides just being able to be appointed.
And that's what I'm saying. Any office holder, whoever succeeds you in the office of auditor is going to have the right to appoint their own chief deputy. It might be Tanya, it might be somebody else. That's what brings them within that definition in my mind. Again,
I listened to all of that, not just the fact that you could appoint or not.
It's gray area, and that's
That's
why attorneys say on the one hand, on the other hand. That's why they have two hands. But I think that's what our consultants concluded, and they've persuaded me. They may not have persuaded the rest of the council. They're entitled to make up their own mind.
So I guess I can't with that.
So, but to continue with that, if you don't mind, because we somewhat, I think we talked about this yesterday, which I agree with Bill. I think technically speaking, that's the way it should be categorized. Because you're protecting this, taking the people out of the equation, we're just protecting the position and what the definition of it is. What we could do is confirm that we are matching the FLSA numbers, knowing that that position holds that level of exemption at a minimum, or that level,
Here's my concern with that. If you leave that position as the excluded position, the next council that comes along decides they don't want to follow through with your commitment to follow the dollar requirement that was it FMLA? They have no obligation to do that.
theoretically, they don't have any obligation to keep it as excluded either.
But I think it'd be a much bigger deal to change the job classification with a salary.
Have we ever reduced salary in time that we've been here? I mean, outside of an emergency?
I don't think you can,
You
can't reduce it, but leave it the same, so whenever else gets increases, you can leave the same.
Sure, but we can choose that with anybody too.
But not if you follow the FLSA, as you said.
Yeah.
But
Well, there'll be an argument to be made that if the FLSA goes up in 2026 or 2027, that we should be trying to keep it up. I mean, it is an argument, but it is a discussion, but to me, that's the happy medium, I guess, is matching that number based on that criteria, the FLSA criteria, but maintaining the recommended exclusion, given that it's a political appointed position, whether, and today it could change. I mean, it could be another party person, a different party person in a different party in your position, and they decide they're going to work 2 days a week and we're paying them, 58 grand a year. So
that means you'd hire someone to perform those duties that that chief deputy was doing before, so how would it impact you financially?
but there's probably a million different scenarios, so
I agree.
I
All right, well, we really haven't tackled the salary portion of that stuff yet, so, but we'll keep that in mind when we get to it, so. All right, 12:35, let's break. Tanya, do you need more than an hour today? All right, well, we'll come back here at 1:40.
Do we have a plan for the rest of the day?
So we can discuss what we want to do with those salaries.
Ed and I agreed to quit by 4,
Okay,
since it's Friday.
I'm okay with that.
Or before.
Thank you.
Okay with that. Matt and I may stick around.